facility. Congratulations to Columbia for building an epic facility for college tennis.
This is the sort of facility I would have fought a revolution over. So I'm starting to understand now why New York's so significant in our nation's history. But obviously, this is a significant event in college tennis history. This is a tone-setting event. And look, the University of Virginia is no stranger to success here. 4 straight titles, was it, from 08 to 2011. That said, of late, this tournament has been an interesting litmus test for your group, dare I say, these past 2 seasons. And I'm curious what the mindset is for the Who's as you approach this event this year.
Listen, we're trying to win every match, and I think we're still trying to figure out our lineups and our doubles teams, and it's early, it's mid-February, so it's a step in the process and a step towards what we eventually want to achieve at the end of the year. But yeah, we're still kind of figuring out who we are, what our teams are, what our lineups are, and how we want to play. And I think indoor tennis is really good for us when it comes to our outdoor tennis games. So it forces us to be more offensive and play a little more first strike tennis. So that can only be good for anybody's game. So we look forward to this time of year, and we think we grow a lot. And whatever comes our way, we embrace it and help it. We use it to make us better.
Yeah, I joked with you beforehand. The season hasn't truly started till Virginia's 500 after 6 matches. So we know everything's on pace for you all. And, I'm curious, you mentioned looking for your lineup. Part of that, obviously, is a byproduct of your team just hasn't been healthy yet in 2024. I know you're going to try and look at that as a blessing, right? And I'm curious how that lack of health has opened up opportunities for other players on the roster.
Absolutely. We've actually talked about this. It's a great opportunity for the guys that are playing a little lower to play a little higher and to get some great experience. And we've had a tough non-conference schedule, which we've done on purpose. We do that every year because we want to play against the best. So I think, again, this time of year, January and February, only makes us better. Some of the losses are painful, but with that pain comes a lot of lessons and a lot of great conversations, honest conversations, and things that kind of turn us into what we want to become, in a few months.
Yeah, and, those newcomers who have gotten those opportunities, Eduardo Graziani coming over from Penn, James Hopper coming over from Case Western. You've also got a freshman in Dylan Dietrich, who seems to have found some success certainly early as well. Talk to me about the newcomers to Charlottesville this year, how they've acclimated.
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience. Eddie Graziani's played #1 singles and doubles for Penn for 4 years, and so he's played big-time college tennis. He's played a lot of the best players in the country. Really good indoor player, exceptional doubles player. James Hopper won a national championship for his team at Case Western, so he brings a lot of experience, and they've only added value to our team. And our first years have done a great job of integrating themselves in the culture. Dylan Dietrich's off to a great start. Performance-wise, really excited about him and his future within our program. And overall, the newcomers have done a great job.
I'm curious, because James does come over from Division III, where I believe 2-time doubles champion, team champion as well. There are some other teams. I know at Wake Forest, DK Suresh comes from a different level also. When you're recruiting now, are you looking across levels, not just looking to juniors or players who are aspiring to play college? And I'm curious what that says about the depth, not just here in Division I, but D2, D3 across the collegiate game.
Yeah, now when it comes to recruiting, you have to be looking all over the world, all over different college levels, all over junior tennis, diamonds in the rough that might not have the results in the juniors that you think have a really good projection over the next 3 to 5 years. So, recruiting's gotten even more competitive, and you've got to expand your horizons in terms of where you look, because there's one thing I've learned about recruiting is that there's always great players out there. You just got to go out there and find them. So, there's just a lot more buckets that you can reach out to now when it comes to recruiting.
Well, in that spirit, again, we've talked about your lineup. I'm curious, I know it's mid-February at this point. For those that don't know, your team, notorious for peaking in May these past few seasons, but do you feel like you know how good this team is yet, given the fact that, again, we haven't seen Iñaki, Chris has been off playing Davis Cup, all these different teams. That said, you certainly know some of these core pieces. How good is this group in 2024?
Yeah, I think I have a vision of how good this team can be, just ability-wise, experience-wise, camaraderie-wise. The culture, I think, is one of our best weapons. And so I do have a vision, and that vision is this team being really good. So I'm really optimistic about the future. So we're going to use this tournament to battle test us and compare ourselves to where we are, especially indoors, and just use it as more experience.
Certainly, in that vein, obviously, you guys kick things off Friday, 9 a.m. against Duke. What's more important to you, beating a conference rival, beating your alma mater, or beating your former roommate, Ramsey Smith, in that match again? Talk to me about the Duke matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match. Duke has been a great team for a long time, and they've always been very competitive in the ACC with us. We've always had great matches. I've got a lot of respect for that program, for Ramsey as a coach, as a human being, and the way he runs that team. They compete hard, so I'm really proud of my alma mater, and I'm looking forward to a great battle tomorrow, and I know our guys are as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. My last question for you, you know I pride myself not just as a tennis historian, but someday I'm going to take a book sabbatical, and it's going to be about the 2010s University of Virginia men's tennis team. That group in particular, I mentioned already the 4-time repeat, the Samdev to Shabazz years, one of my favorite groups for what it's worth. There's the 2013 team that went undefeated. You then have the 2017 National Indoor Champions, and why I want to bring that group up is they were coming off of back-to-back NCAA titles. The one thing they hadn't done as a group is win the National Indoors, and I know, talking to Ty, JC, Luca, that was something they really wanted to do before they left Charlottesville. Let's look at this 2024 group. Chris, Iñaki, Jeff, Doc Von as we call them. They've done everything. Yeah, you like that one? Thank you. They've done everything but win the National Indoors. Do you think that's something on this group's mind as we approach this weekend?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I hope anytime we play an event like this, the guys are trying to win the event, one match at a time. Have we talked about it? Not really. We don't really talk about these types of things. It's more of a day-to-day process type of conversation with these guys, making sure that they're doing the things daily that are necessary to have a chance to win tournaments like this. So I would hope it's in the back of their mind, and so yeah. I mean, I think they're all really excited because what's not to love? You've got the best 16 teams in the country, and everyone's gunning for it. So it should be great.
Yeah, you'll leave it for me to talk about. That's give me a little fodder. Well, it is always a pleasure to get the chance to chat with you, Coach Andres Pedroso. Good luck to you and the Who's, of course, this weekend.
Thank you.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by a head coach whose team won this event back in 2020. Of course, you all know him as USC men's tennis head coach Brett Macy. Coach, welcome to Media Day. Before we get into anything else, I got to ask, coming back to an event where, of course, your first season you had such a success, it's always got to bring back special memories, right?
Yeah, it's amazing that that's almost 5 years ago now, that we've done that, and that team and what they accomplished in that week, is something was super special. And honestly, one of the finest moments I've had as a coach. Barring everything that happened after that, it was that was one of a kind moment right there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will always remember it for a couple of reasons. First of all, Brandon Holt gave me COVID, as we all know. That was the starting point. He spread it across the world. But, Yeah, from a doubles point and 5 first sets down, you beat the Wolverines in the semis. That one will always stick with me. The championship match, they were down, what, 5-4 in the breaker with 2 Blumberg serves, and then they come back 7-6. My memory still works, by the way, Coach, in case you were curious. Yeah, that one burnt with me forever. It's also our 5-year anniversary, I guess.
It is.
That was my first national indoors. But I'm curious more broadly as we look at this 2024 team. And across the college tennis landscape, you could say this, but there have been some ups and downs for the Trojans already. I know you're not at your healthiest right now, but I'm curious how you guys are feeling as you approach this weekend.
Yeah, look, it's never easy, not being able to play at your full strength. But, the guys have learned a valuable lesson, I think, over the last week with our few matches that we just played indoors on the road. And they see what opportunities we have lying ahead. And they're excited for, what's next. And they now, as a coach, the biggest thing is how do you learn and how do you progress? And that's what we're aiming for this week.
Yeah, I'm curious with the 2 freshmen that you brought in, obviously Oscar and Vlad. Ikabenko is just how I'm going to think of it right now. I'm not going to get all the names right. We're still working as
Volvo,
well.
Just say
yeah,
Volvo.
Volvo, perfect. I didn't know if I had earned that with him yet, if we were there yet. But how have they acclimated? Obviously, they're going to be asked to contribute quickly, given some of the injuries. How have you thought they've done so far?
Yeah, I mean, look, Volvo has done an awesome job. If you looked at our first 4 matches, I think he clinched 3 of them. The deciding one actually over USD to come here. So, he got thrown into the fire right away, and he did an awesome job. Regarding Oscar, he's, been battling a few things, and now we're hopefully on the uptick with him. And, he's been coming in and playing doubles for us. And I think this week, hopefully, you see some great things from him.
Yeah, looking forward to it. What did you learn? You brought up that San Diego match. Talk about a thriller. Yeah. And I'm just curious because there was definitely a moment in that match where I imagine it went through your head, oh my God, we might lose to San Diego here at home. What did it say about your group, particularly so early in the season? Steph hadn't been around in the fall. It's his first weekend of play, all these different factors. What did you learn about your team that weekend?
I mean, first and foremost, like going into that match, I already thought that was going to be a match. It was going to be a tough one. Like that USD team with Coach Keckley, they do an awesome job, and I knew it was going to be a barn burner. Being on our home courts definitely, paved the way and gave us a good uptick, and also just the fact that winning that doubles point was super crucial. Across the board, I just think that our depth, prevailed, and the guys did an awesome job at a few positions. Winning at 2 and 3, and getting that lead a little bit definitely helped. And then, battling back from, I would say, losing those first sets at 5 and 6, and the guys staying out there and competing. Carl didn't end up winning that match, but he was down, I think, 5-1 in the third, and he got it back to 5-4 or pretty close. And that gave Vova the opportunity to not feel the pressure of, maybe he goes down 6-1, then all of a sudden the pressure puts it on him right away, and he doesn't come through with that. I think that really set a tone for him, and just the energy that we had as a group and the guys coming together there, I think that was kind of the sign to me of we've got a great team that fights really hard, and really wanted to come in on the winning end on that.
Yeah, I also feel, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but for that group, particularly as young as they are, to get a win without Steph, a recipe that, with all due respect, over the last 2 years, most wins for USC involves Steph's a point on the board, and we'll find the other 3. How helpful is that for you? And even more broadly, to not have him here this weekend, to force everyone up a spot in the lineup and everyone gets that extra opportunity. Is that quietly a blessing for you come May?
Yeah, I mean, look, every team, barring a few, obviously that are out there, it's always your depth is everything, right? Yeah. And you want to be able to keep that depth throughout the season. If you lose somebody, you're hoping maybe it's towards the bottom end of your lineup and not at the top end of your lineup. So losing a guy like Steph, look, I haven't coached a match without Steph in 5 years. This is my 5th year at USC. He's been, the blood force and the trigger to our entire program for a number of years, a staple. And, we had a frank discussion about what was important. Was it having him here or having him towards the middle to the end of the season? And we made a decision that he needed to go take care of what he needed to do, and he's doing that now and rehabbing. And look, we're going to be able to have him towards the meat part of our season when we're outdoors, when we're at home, when we have a lot of great matches on our schedule, and it'll be important to have him at that moment. So right now, what these guys are learning is they're getting some exposure to playing some great talent. And the way I see it is, at the end of the year, they're going to have played really high-end matches, and when we add Steph back in, that experience is going to pay off.
Yeah. In that vein, what did you learn from the Texas road trip? I know the results may not have been. Yeah, we were going to get there eventually. You knew it had to come. What did you learn about that team? And dare I say, is there a chip on their shoulder now coming off of that directly from there to here?
I think we'll see tomorrow what we learned more than anything, Alex. I think, the match against Oklahoma State, we had some chances there and, some opportunities slipped away. Going to Baylor, it was a punch in the face, definitely. And I think we learned from that punch in the face. Guys have come out. They had a really great practice today. And look, tomorrow's Tennessee is going to be an awesome match. And I think we'll see right then and there what these guys are made of and how we respond when we've had a little bit of adversity. So I'm excited to see what we got.
I'm glad you bring up Tennessee. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it you or George who was the assistant in those national championship matches?
I was gone already. George was the assistant against that one.
So he was riding your coattails, is what you're telling me.
No.
Yeah, no. George Husak, now Alabama head coach, former USC assistant. But the point I bring up is USC-Tennessee matches, to those who know the college tennis history, they have mattered historically. And I'm curious what it means for you to get to face that opponent here, what you're hoping to see from your guys tomorrow.
I mean, look, I've always been a Trojan since I left in 2009 after winning that title, and I followed every one of those national championships that Peter won, prevailing it. And, I was there that day when USC beat Tennessee, and you could see just, the rivalry in a sense, like being at that moment. On that day, D Win clinching the match over Tennis Sandgren and, so on and so forth, the guys that helped get to that, that final point. And look, all these matches are super, competitive. Everybody here, like you said, there's been ups and downs across the board throughout college tennis this season. So at any given day, you never know what you're going to get from each team and vice versa. So I think we're super excited about it and getting to play a team like Tennessee, and I'm sure they are as well.
Yeah, well, I know I speak for College Tennis Universe when I say we are all excited to see it. I know I will also say personally, and longtime Cracked Rackets listeners will know you are a returning champion to our show. It's good to get to do this in person, my friend. Always a pleasure to get to see you, Coach Brett Mason.
Are we going to get any Chris Halioris in here?
It's a great question, 50-50. He says we're on standby, so hopefully we will see him, but we're better off without him.
Yeah, give him my best.
Yes, of course, and fight on as always.
Fight on, boys.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by the head coach of the University of Alabama men's tennis team. Welcome here, George Husak. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and your team on getting back to this event. That's what I want to ask you first is, what does it mean to you, your program, the guys, to have reached this Final 16?
Well, I think it means a lot for them. I mean, they've been searching for identity for a while, and as much as you want to say results don't matter, they all look to the results. So they got invited to the parent table or the adult table now, and so it's a good thing for them.
I'm curious for you personally, because there have been some ups and downs certainly over the past few years. And it's not to say there haven't been signature wins, but to get a win over a conference foe in Kentucky, a Kentucky team that obviously has gone on to get wins over multiple teams in this event, how are you feeling after that after that, dare I say, perfect start, or just the ultimate kickstart to your season?
I'm really excited for them.
Yeah.
I felt like we went to Kentucky with a little bit of an edge because we played them close last year twice, though the results didn't say that. And we went in and we stood tall and we beat them.
Yeah.
And so that was great for them. And I've been saying what a good group of guys and players and competitors that this team is for the last couple of years, and we've gotten our butt handed to us, quite a bit, but really good for them, and they're maturing. It takes time to mature, and for our program, there have been a lot of ups and downs. So I'm thankful to still have a job and weather the storm. But they've done a great job. It's really been their ship that they've been sailing.
We're happy you have a job too, and happy
Yeah,
they
me
get the
too.
chance
My
to
wife
chat
is
with you.
very happy,
Yeah,
yeah.
no doubt about that. I'm curious, you guys have won 7 in a row coming into this national indoors. What seems to have clicked so well? Is it a tennis thing? Is it a mental thing? A little bit of both? How did the guys go about finding this level?
I don't think we were ready at the beginning. We had 3 guys that were just not ready. One guy missed his 3rd consecutive fall, so he hasn't been healthy. So he'll probably be the most healthy he's been when we play tomorrow. And then a couple other guys that just really weren't quite ready. So my assistant actually asked me that earlier today about who we played and should we do it any different moving forward. But I figured by year 3, the freshmen from 2 years ago were going to be ready to face everything. So you just get a little better, a little better, a little better, and we've treated every match really the same way. So no complaints, accept all the challenges, and just do it.
Yeah. Do you feel like you have an older group? Because certainly it feels like there are a bunch of returners at the top of your lineup. I know, obviously, Enzo and others, maybe not senior-centric, but certainly some juniors who have been around now a few years. Do you feel like you're coaching an older group, and is that helpful?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more sense of urgency and understanding what it's like to get beat up.
Yeah, sure.
You know? So freshman year, we were 0 for conference. Got our 1 win at the tournament, and then last year we showed our ability to play with a lot of teams, but 4-8 in 4-3 matches. So I think this team realizes, okay, look, it's time.
You mentioned that record, 4-8 in 4-3 matches. How do you have any hair left on your head? That's really impressive stuff. Is it genetic? Are you juicing? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I guess it's hanging on by a thread.
No, it's so impressive. And again, to go through that last year and to bring back the guys you did, I mean, I imagine it just has to toughen up a core. And so I'm curious if you could feel this sort of result brewing in the fall. You mentioned some of the injuries you guys had anyways. I know this is sticking on this theme here, but were you surprised by that Kentucky win at all?
No, I told him after the match, I said, I'm not surprised. That was the first 3 words out of my mouth. Yeah. I'm not surprised. And it was just a matter of when is everyone going to show up. And it was great that the top 3 guys did it. Doubles has always been kind of a sticking point for us, and we haven't been super successful there, and it worked out. Now, this weekend we can go out there, who knows what it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be result-wise, but they're definitely more mature, they're better competitors, they know more about it, and there's a little deer in headlights the first 20 minutes of the hit today, but they like this. They've earned it, and they belong here. They've done a really good job.
No, there's no doubt about that. And you know, I'm curious, weather-wise in Alabama, would you guys have been practicing indoors right now, anyways? And what does that preparation look like?
We've been playing indoors since the week after Fall Nationals.
Okay.
So we've not stepped outside at all, other than to walk over to the indoor from our outdoor.
Was that the typical plan, or would you have typically transitioned by now?
Well, typically in my last 11 seasons here, I've been practicing outdoor this week because we were not here.
Okay.
But we've been playing, traditionally we play indoor all the way up until the point where we are not qualified for the indoors.
Or whenever the indoor season ends, I suppose, in that vein.
Right.
Yeah.
And we've had the opportunity to play other teams that are outdoor-ish, but I won't do it because you can't guarantee a good outdoor practice session.
Yeah. And we're kind of nerding out here, but is it different? Like, what is the mechanical difference of practicing inside versus outside, other than the conditions? Like, do you have to structure things differently, knowing that, okay, like, we're now going to the national indoors, guys, we got to change things up a little bit. I need you a little more aggressive on that first ball, or whatever it may be. Are there tangible differences?
Not for this event, but being indoors, there are,
Okay.
because you're looking for opportunities to attack more. Outdoor, you got to be more patient.
Sure.
But nothing, we cannot treat this as something different than what we've been doing, in my opinion.
No, it's probably a smart move. And obviously, coming up round 1, you guys unfortunately drawing the top seed, Ohio State. Now, obviously, they have a ton of history, college tennis. I'm sure you're familiar with Coach Tucker teams more broadly. Thoughts on that matchup and what it's going to take for your guys to earn another big victory?
If you want to be better, you got to play the best. So this is good. This will give them we'll see what we do all weekend. And the fact that we get to play, whether it's Ty or Andres or anybody else, everyone's here for the same purpose. I'm actually really glad that we are playing Ty, because they've done very well at this event over the years. And, you know, when they're a machine. So let's learn from the machine and get better. But I think our guys can go toe-to-toe. I'm sure a lot of other teams have thought that way in their 7 matches that they've had this year or whatever, but they've blown everybody out. So we'll see.
No, I'm really glad to hear that. I agree. There's something too. When Ohio State beats you, they beat you bad. And so again, to get to go up against that test, it's going to be fantastic for those teams, fans out there, excuse me, who haven't seen your team compete. And in that spirit, my final question for you: what does a victory of a weekend for Alabama, short of obviously just a national title run, but what does a victory for this team this weekend look like in your mind? What would you like college tennis fans who maybe haven't had the chance to see your team yet to take away from watching your guys compete this weekend?
That this, again, is only one weekend towards the ultimate, which is May. This team as well has not been to May. We've stopped our season at the end of April. So this is just another measuring thing, to see where we are and prepare us for a really brutal conference and then postseason, because that's what we really want.
Yeah.
It's not fun not to work in May.
I agree. No, I had a friend who always used to say, look, you can't win the tournament in the first round, but you can always lose it in the first round. And so this is one of those situations, I suppose. And clearly anyone who's following college tennis this season knows one of the hottest starts of the year, one of the biggest results. You guys going to Kentucky, earning that win. So certainly on course, on par to get back to May, where certainly the Tide belong. But it's certainly a delight to have you here, and great to get to finally do this in person. We haven't had the chance to do this yet.
No, it's only been online. Again, it's nice to be at the adult dinner table.
Well, we got a spot for you always moving forward, Coach Husak. Congratulations to you and the Tide on getting here, and obviously wishing you all luck throughout the course of this weekend.
Thanks, Chris.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome in, everyone, to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. Joining us now is not just the head coach of one of the programs participating this weekend. No, he is our host for the weekend, as joining us now, Columbia men's tennis head coach Howard Endelman. Coach, first of all, thank you for having all of us here this weekend. Before we talk about your team specifically, let's talk 30,000-foot view. What does it mean to this school, this program, to be able to host an event of this caliber?
Thanks, Alex, and great to see you again.
Always a pleasure.
Well, it's a real honor to be able to host an event like this, the premier team event, right, from the ITA, on the ITA calendar, to be here in New York City at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. It's just it's a great honor, and this has been a real work in progress, and we were so privileged when the ITA decided to allow us to host, and we're glad that we're glad to be here. We're glad to be have earned our way into the event, and excited about the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun, and you mentioned it, this Milstein Tennis Center, a process in the making.
Yep.
And for those that don't know, 6 indoor courts, I have tweeted this out already. It still smells new in here, which is maybe my favorite part, is you can just tell we are a part of something special. But 6 indoor, 6 outdoor on the roof as well. That is the coolest thing we have facility-wise in tennis, period. I'm going to speak for all the facilities. Talk me through some of the inspiration. Talk me through, you mentioned the Milstein family, their contribution in helping to make this possible.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Alex. Well, Philip and Cheryl Milstein Columbia and Barnard grads, and Philip was on the team in the early 70s, and since I started as a first year at Columbia in '83, he's always been a mentor and friend, and someone who's always supported us in every way. And they're just incredible people. They care about our guys as people more than tennis players, or just as much as tennis players. And this is just something that we've talked about. When I came on my recruiting trip, I think I told you this earlier, Alex, when I came on my recruiting trip in 1983, we were talking about a new facility.
Yeah.
And here we are 40 years later, and we got it. And it's amazing. And then the roof, you know, it's New York City, so there's you've got to be really smart and efficient with the land. And then our athletic director, Peter Pilling, who's been terrific supporter in the entire process, he said, you know, why don't we think about, you know, stacking it on top? And then, because we have 40, you know, the roof of the indoor facility is 40 feet, and then we put it up on top here in the beautiful northernmost tip of Manhattan on the water. So it's really special.
No, it is so beautiful. I don't like that it was 40 years ago you were on your recruiting trip. That makes us all feel. I don't like
you
that
guys are good.
1983 is 40 years ago. That just doesn't feel right from a timeline perspective. And so we'll have to work on getting that straight moving forward. But, you know, again, to open up a facility with the team that you have, I'm curious because there's obviously a long history, and I've gotten to know your brother better, who has helped share some of the history of Columbia men's tennis as I prepared for this event. But you've had a lot of good teams. You've been either head coach, assistant for. I feel like in any other season, the group you have would be an unequivocal.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Brackets coverage of the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here. Scoreboards will get active here in a moment. We will continue with our third match of the day. It's our top seeds here at this year's National Indoors. The Ohio State Buckeyes taking on an Alabama team that has not been to the National Indoors in quite some time. In fact, for those of you I know wondering at home, when was the last time we saw the Crimson Tide reach a National Indoor Championship? Glad you asked. You have to go all the way back to the 2010 season, and plenty of ups and downs in the tenure of head coach George Husak, such a successful assistant, of course, prior to coming over to Bama at USC. But it was a signature victory for the Tide as they went to Lexington, knocked off a Kentucky team who's only gotten better in the weeks since that result. That one will age extraordinarily well. But now you get the ultimate test, the litmus test of, dare I say, the difference between good and great in college tennis. Ohio State is great. It's been their calling card throughout the 2-decade-plus tenure of head coach Ty Tucker. Of course, they're a two-time champion of this event as well. And of course, we get a pause right away on our cameras to start. Interesting. There's a lot of hoopla about what the lineup submitted in doubles for the Buckeyes to start this event. In the end, they go with the pairings we've seen from them for much of the season. Reigning NCAA doubles champion, the man he refers to himself as super senior, or excuse me, fifth years were super seniors. Andrew Luchanik describes himself as a super duper senior, the sixth-year Buckeye. dealt with so many different injuries early in his career. Obviously, again, these past 2 years, he's been his healthiest. He's contributed his most. Staple of the doubles lineups for 2 seasons now. Obviously, he's played in at the number 6 spot. He actually started his contributing time at the Buckeyes in doubles with 5th-year Justin Boulay back for one last season on the job. Lucianic serve so powerful. Lucianic, again, the 6th year out of Richboro, Pennsylvania. Boulay, 5th year out of Oakville, Ontario. To hold for the Buckeyes, 1-love here on court 1. Taking on the duo, 2 of the experienced hands for this Alabama squad. Enzo Aguiar out of Melbourne, Australia, the junior, partnered with his fellow junior, Zach Fosta. Junior out of San Antonio, Texas. 1-love here at the top spot. Take you over to 2, but always just worth keeping in mind for this Ohio State team. 3 ranked pairings right now in the ITA rankings on the Alabama side. Planasek and Zimnunk, who you see here at the number 2 spot. Their only ranked pairing, number 45 in the country. Of course, they're taking on a guy I refer to as, without question, the best doubles player we have in college. I think he's one of the 50 best doubles players we have in the world. 5th-year Robert Cash is that good. His hands that quick, his returns that powerful, his presence at the net that overwhelming. You partner that with a talented freshman in Bryce Nakashima, whose firepower is second to none. Nakashima, plenty of pro circuit success at the ITF level, winning a couple of doubles titles this past summer. Again, it's always a luxury to have a guy like Robert Cash not at the number 1 double spot, but again, for these Buckeyes, it's justified. On the other side, Philip Planasek Jr. out of Slovenia. Excuse me, Planasek. With the freshman, Andrei Zimnak, Kharkiv, Ukraine. That's the power they bring, the aggression. You see, long-time associate head coach at Ohio State, former standout player Justin Kronagi, who I need to be clear, and I told this to him to his face. I'll say it to you now watching on the stream. He's back down to his playing weight. Coach Crow, he put in some work this offseason. Real recognizes real. Shout out to you, Crow. I think this team's deep enough where Crow's not going to have to worry about suiting up anytime soon, but just worth noting. Here come the Bucks. And you all can't hear the echoes in the background, but just OH is ringing through this Milstein Tennis Center on the campus of Columbia. They travel well. I see a packed house of Buckeye family members, friends. Come on. Breakpoint chances right away for Ohio State, who, as you see, already have the break on 3. I said this in our preview podcast on the Great Shot podcast feed yesterday. When the Buckeyes beat you, it's unlike anything we have in college tennis. They are machine-like in their efficiency. The serve has to be that good. See the hold here. It happened fast. Was waiting for the changeover to finish. Let's introduce our final set before it finishes. Third year together for senior JJ Tracy, fifth year Cannon Kingsley. Love 15 our scoreboard. I see a hair ahead here on 3. I'll see what I can do. Kingsley, of course, he's back in his hometown. Fifth year from Northport, New York. I was talking to him yesterday. He said, I don't think we've ever played a match this close to home for me. He mentioned the Penn State trip the Buckeyes make as maybe the best equivalent. But again, he's from Northport. I believe is like an hour and a half from here, depending on traffic. See the full Kingsley brigade in the crowds. Love to see that for the fifth year. JJ Tracy, his partner out of Hilton Head, South Carolina. Tracy, though, been all over the country during his junior career. I know he grew up first in Michigan, as I remember watching him play my little brother when they were both around 10, 11 years old. Hilton Head, though, I guess is the current designation. This is a little long off the racket of Kingsley. They're taking on the pairing of Roan Jones, the sophomore out of Shrewsbury, England. Jones partnered with Matic Dimic, fifth year out of Slovenia. For this Alabama team so far this season, again 7-2 overall. They lost their first 2 matches, have subsequently won 7 in a row. And there's the hold for 1-3. So I'm going to move this back over to the side. Break points down. Bryce Nakashima, Robert Cash in a wee bit of trouble. Break point fought off, deciding point coming up. Buckeyes pulling out all the stops, all the tricks. You see that staggered start for Nakashima approaching the net off the serve. It doesn't work. There's a reason this is the ranked pairing for this Alabama squad. It's an early 2-1 break lead. And so, back to 3. Tracy Kingsley continuing to do their thing. That's the song Do Your Thing, 21. We had jersey numbers, I'd refer to them here, but they continue to do their thing here on 3, on serve on 1. 4-1 lead for the Buckeyes on 3. Take us over to 1. Big cut there from Bev. And I will say again, talking to George Husek yesterday, a conversation you all can go listen to on the Cracked Interviews podcast feed. Coach Husek was most concerned about the first 15 minutes. He was afraid his team might come out a little starstruck, a little overwhelmed by competing in their first national indoors in a decade plus. Trying to go a little long. Again, this Alabama team 2 years ago, not a single regular season SEC victory. To make the progress they have as quickly as they had with this core, again, junior guys like Aguiard, Foster, that was their first year. Obviously, they've both gone about looking to flip the script here for the Tide. Sometimes good loses to great. It's a great hold for Luke Schoenig on rhythm, in rhythm. And on serve there on court number 1. Gotta love it's 4-1 on 3, and it's 2-1 on 2. The contrast in the court speed. Excuse me, the match speeds. Remember, J.J. Tracy picked up his first serious doubles title. He and Robert Cash, ITA All-American champions. Thus, they're the number 2 ranked team in the country, obviously not playing together. Spread the wealth across the doubles lineup. Good hold for the Tide. Down to break, but have leveled, or steadied things, excuse me, not leveled, but steadied things. You see head coach Ty Tucker. He's always worked with this number 3 team, Tracy Kingsley, in each of the last 3 seasons I can remember. Go back to court number 1. All on 1. as Cash and Nakashima hold to level things on court 2. You see him again. Break lead for Bama on 2. All Buckeyes on court number 3. Away serving here on the near side of 1. It'll be a massive momentum boost for Bama. Again, depth-wise, you look at the world tennis numbers, significant advantage for Ohio State. Pretty much number 4 singles down, according to the metrics. Let's say top 3 are all going to be good fights. But it does feel like if you're an Alabama fan at home, you're wondering, what's the match calculus? I'd say it's the same one you saw against Kentucky. Doubles, 1, 2, 3. Need your best players to shine here today if you're a Tide fan. Finds the line, so game point chances coming up. On court number 3, that's bottom left again here. It's Justin Boulay, the 5th year. Just trying to keep us on serve, keep on pace, no breaks yet. .30 all point here. Scoreboard will update in a second. Aguiar holds his ground. Break points. Bama. Here on court number 1. I almost said Bucks. A lot of B's. Great hands, Andrew Luchonic. 6 years. That drill is a staple at Ohio State. Gonna hit you with pace, gonna try and jam that body. That's what double's about. Are your hands up? Are you ready? Are you focused? It's my favorite 45 minutes in all of sports, this doubles point. Everything moves so quickly, the rhythm's so fierce. Gonna go to a double box here. Courts 1 and 2, I believe we have 2 break points. Aguiar finds the line. It's a Bama break on 1. Coach Crow is calling out some serious plays, as we are in Alabama. Oh, nope, they're going to the net to pick up a ball. I thought we were doing some sort of wide, funky format I have never seen as a service formation on 2. Go back to the triple box, 5-2 Bucks up that break on 3. Alabama's up breaks at 1 and 2. Again, even if they win the doubles point, Bucks have enough depth to make their life miserable, but they sure ain't win this match without it. And it's just brave. It's brave, bold hitting from these Crimson Tide thus far. Game point chances to keep the nose ahead. can't tell if that's Planasek or Zimnock. I apologize. I haven't seen the Bama freshman play yet, so I'm not able to identify his ground strokes by sight. I'm able to identify an air-mailed forehand, and that's certainly what we got there, a testament to the aggressive swings. I'd rather miss hitting back fence right now than missing the net if I'm Alabama. Deciding point coming up. Well, it's his last name for the reason. Fifth-year Robert Cash is cash money. Deciding point, second serve, jams his body. Robert Cash says, I'm taking it on the rise anyways. It's a break back. 3-all on court 2. We go to 3 where the Buckeyes are 2 points away. It's not going to work. They're too fast. They're too consistent. They're too in sync. The movements are so impressive. $6-2 Bucks. When Tracy and Kingsley beat you, they can do it real fast as Luchanik, Boulay break right back for 4-all at 1. Alabama's led by breaks on both of these courts. Remember, the number 2 pairing for Bama, actually their lone ranked pairing. Number 45 duo of Planasek and Zimnock. It's a ridiculous half volley from Robert Cash. A better scoop by Bama, and there's a little Zach Fostalab over the top. Bama break on 1. They'll serve for the set. We head to 2 for a pivotal deuce point. Huge hold. Helps to have the guy, Robert Cash. Cash money as always. Again, there's not an event in this sport Robert Cash hasn't at the very least reached the finals of. All-American champion, Fall Nats champion. The only thing he's missing is that NCAA doubles crown, where, of course, he reached the final with Mate Votzel in 2022. It was a third set breaker loss. So almost a Triple Crown winner. By the way, had Votzel and Cash won that, they literally would have won the Triple Crown. Fall Nats All-American champs that season. Buchanan, Rolla, Chase Buchanan, Blaz Rolla, the only Triple Crown winners, I believe, in NCAA Division I men's doubles history. You can all check me if I'm incorrect in the chat. I'll tell you what, Buchanan Rolla is still the best doubles team I've ever seen in college. Look, credit to Alabama. If I'd have told you 36 minutes ago before this match started, 35 minutes in, they'd be right in this doubles point, you'd have taken it as a win. They're competitive everywhere. They're 2 points away from a set on 1. On serve 4 all at 2. That one sails, so game point chances coming for Aguiard and Foster. I see our scoreboard a hair ahead on 1. Hopefully no spoiler to come as we've got set point, match point. Bama on 1. Let's play sudden death doubles. Wouldn't have it any other way. Our first dramatic doubles point of the day. And of all the teams to be pushed, the Ohio State Buckeyes, the standard of excellence in doubles for 2 decades now. Absolutely stunning. As again, right now, Robert Cash, the 5th-year freshman, Bryce Nakashima. Down in early break they were here on court number 2. They've leveled things at 4-all. Obviously, game point chances here to extend their lead. Well, that's why the freshman's so special. Again, this duo might play number 2 doubles on their team. They're the 35th ranked, duo in the country. 5-4 on serve here on court number 2. Again, Buckeyes coming out of the gate strong at the number 3 doubles position as always. Cannon Kingsley, J.J. Tracy back to their winning ways. Six-2 win for Kingsley. Tracy at the number 3 spot was a 6-4 win, as we just saw, for the juniors, Aguiar and Foster of Alabama at 1. Now 5-4 on serve. Apologies. Not sure who's serving on the Alabama side of things, simply because I haven't seen their freshmen play at this position. Again, Andre Zimnak partnered with Philip Planishik, excuse me. No overrule call confirmed. I'm going to do this very quickly. I apologize. Refresh it as quickly as possible here. As I noticed, again, that scoreboard's just a little bit too far ahead for us. Don't want any spoilers. This will take 12 seconds, I promise. All in the spirit of trying to make sure all you fans at home have the best possible experience. There we go. Gordy Love. I'm assuming, you know what? I'm not going to assume. You all know what that spells out when you do it. If I were a coach, I would have my upperclassman Planishik, the junior, serve first, but maybe he's not. Yeah, pressing Robert Cash at the net is just never the move. It's never the answer to the question, how do we win this one? It's just not. 40 Love becomes 40-30. Better not let it become a deuce point. I'll tell you what, next 2 points are going to Robert Cash. You got 4 serves at it. Good wheels from Cash to try and track that one down. Better hold from Planishik and Zimnak. Alabama's come to play. Again, if you listen to our interview with head coach George Husek, you heard him say his biggest concern was that his team was going to be starstruck, that they were going to come out of the gates tentative, nervous, and in awe of all things Ohio State. That has not been the case. The juniors, Foster, Aguiar, 6-4 win at 1. Now the junior Planishik, freshman Zimnak, hanging tough here at 2. That said, again, if you're wondering which way to lean, survey says always go with the team with Robert Cash. Huh. Maybe not. Sweet big raise. Kind of feel the tension now, right? It's building. First serves. First serves, first moves. You want it as easy as possible. First of all, the Cash got a racket on it. I've seen reactions before. That's as quick as they come. But it's better continued aggression from the Crimson Tide, and this is not something I expected to say. They will have break points to serve for the doubles point. Didn't have that in your outcomes. Didn't have this on the checklist. Things we expected to see today. Unbelievable. The aggression. Willingness to be bold. Alabama will serve for the doubles point. Not a lot to say other than they've been the better team thus far. This is not the first time they're up a break here on 2. They were up a break earlier as well. Cash Nakashima were able to get it back, but I mean, for Philip Planishik, Andre Zimnock, first national indoor since 2010. You hear, by the way, the Crimson Tide. They're getting loud. Graduate assistant Seb Vile, you're going to see him here on your screen. He is directing the chorus. Bama to serve for a 1-0 lead. Here we go. for a stunner. Philip Planishik with freshman Andre Zimnock at his side. It's a doubles point for Alabama. You can file that under things we did not expect to see here on day number 1, and yet Alabama with a 1-love lead. I don't know if they're winning this match, but I will tell you what, they sure as heck weren't going to without the doubles point in their back pocket. This Ohio State team, too talented, too experienced, too deep. Right now, Alabama, 1-love lead. If that doesn't compel you to stick around, folks, I don't know what will. We have 6 fantastic singles matches to come. Ohio State, your top seed's going to need to win 4 of them. Alabama now going to need to win just 3, of course, over in Flushing at the USTA site. Another, dare I say, upset brewing. It's 14th seeded Arizona up 1-0 on last year's finalists, 3rd seeded University of Texas. Oh my goodness. A lot of good tennis still to come, of course. After this, the piece de resistance of the day 1 schedule, Columbia versus Harvard. We'll put that in the far back corner of our mind, though, as right now the Crimson Tide have a 1-0 lead over Ohio State. How does it finish? You're going to have to stick with us to find out. You're watching our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championship. 16th seeded Alabama up 1-0 after doubles on the Bucks.
Welcome in, everyone, to Media Day here at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here. Joining me in our booth now is a man you all know best as the head coach of the 2-time defending NCAA champions. It's University of Virginia men's tennis head coach Andreas Pedroso. Coach, welcome to the National Indoors. Obviously, plenty for us to discuss here today, but first and foremost, how are you feeling? How are the guys feeling?
Team's doing well. Yeah, we're excited to be here. Beautiful facility. I mean, look at this view.
Yeah.
Just an incredible facility. Congratulations to Columbia for building an epic facility for college tennis.
This is the sort of facility I would have fought a revolution over. So I'm starting to understand now why New York's so significant in our nation's history. But obviously, this is a significant event in college tennis history. This is a tone-setting event. And look, the University of Virginia is no stranger to success here. 4 straight titles, was it, from 2008 to 2011. That said, of late, this tournament has been an interesting litmus test for your group, dare I say, these past 2 seasons. And I'm curious what the mindset is for the Hoos as you approach this event this year.
Listen, we're trying to win every match, and I think we're still trying to figure out our lineups and our doubles teams, and it's early, it's mid-February, so it's a step in the process and a step towards what we eventually want to achieve at the end of the year. But yeah, we're still kind of figuring out who we are, what our teams are, what our lineups are, and how we want to play. And I think indoor tennis is really good for us when it comes to our outdoor tennis games. So it forces us to be more offensive and play a little more first strike tennis. So that can only be good for anybody's game. So we look forward to this time of year, and we think we grow a lot. And whatever comes our way, we embrace it and help it. We use it to make us better.
Yeah, I joked with you beforehand. The season hasn't truly started till Virginia's 500 after 6 matches. So we know everything's on pace for you all. And, I'm curious, you mentioned looking for your lineup. Part of that, obviously, is a byproduct of your team just hasn't been healthy yet in 2024. I know you're going to try and look at that as a blessing, right? And I'm curious how that lack of health has opened up opportunities for other players on the roster.
Absolutely. We've actually talked about this. It's a great opportunity for the guys that are playing a little lower to play a little higher and to get some great experience. And we've had a tough non-conference schedule, which we've done on purpose. We do that every year because we want to play against the best. So I think, again, this time of year, January and February, only makes us better. Some of the losses are painful, but with that pain comes a lot of lessons and a lot of great conversations, honest conversations. and things that kind of turn us into what we want to become, in a few months.
Yeah, and those newcomers who have gotten those opportunities, Eduardo Graziani coming over from Penn, James Hopper coming over from Case Western. You've also got a freshman in Dylan Dietrich, who seems to have found some success certainly early as well. Talk to me about the newcomers to Charlottesville this year, how they've acclimated.
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience. Eddie Graziani's played #1 singles and doubles for Penn for 4 years, and so he's played big-time college tennis. He's played a lot of the best players in the country. Really good indoor player, exceptional doubles player. James Hopper won a national championship for his team at Case Western, so he brings a lot of experience, and they've only added value to our team. And our first years have done a great job of integrating themselves in the culture. Dylan Dietrich's off to a great start. Performance-wise, really excited about him and his future within our program. And yeah, overall, the newcomers have done a great job.
I'm curious because James does come over from Division III, where I believe 2-time doubles champion, team champion as well. There are some other teams. I know at Wake Forest, DK Suresh comes from a different level also. When you're recruiting now, are you looking across levels, not just looking to juniors or players who are aspiring to play college? And I'm curious what that says about the depth, not just here in Division I, but D2, D3 across the collegiate game.
Yeah, now when it comes to recruiting, you have to be looking all over the world, all over different college levels, all over junior tennis, diamonds in the rough that might not have the results in the juniors that you think have a really good projection over the next 3 to 5 years. So, recruiting's gotten even more competitive, and you've got to expand your horizons in terms of where you look, because there's one thing I've learned about recruiting is that there's always great players out there. You just got to go out there and find them. So, there's just a lot more buckets that you can reach out to now when it comes to recruiting.
Well, in that spirit, again, we've talked about your lineup. I'm curious, I know it's mid-February at this point. For those that don't know, your team, notorious for peaking in May these past few seasons, but do you feel like you know how good this team is yet, given the fact that, again, we haven't seen Iñaki, Chris has been off playing Davis Cup, all these different teams. That said, you certainly know some of these core pieces. How good is this group in 2024?
Yeah, I think I have a vision of how good this team can be, just ability-wise, experience-wise, camaraderie-wise. The culture, I think, is one of our best weapons. And so I do have a vision, and that vision is this team being really good. So I'm really optimistic about the future. So we're going to use this tournament to battle test us and compare ourselves to where we are, especially indoors, and just use it as more experience.
Certainly, and in that vein, obviously, you guys kick things off Friday, 9 a.m. against Duke. What's more important to you, beating a conference rival, beating your alma mater, or beating your former roommate, Ramsey Smith, in that match again? Talk to me about the Duke matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match. Duke has been a great team for a long time, and they've always been very competitive in the ACC with us. We've always had great matches.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our third of 4 round-of-16 matches here at Columbia's Milstein Tennis Center. Alex Gruskin here. I completely realized that. Welcome back in, everyone. I think it came out as one word with no consonants, no spaces as well. So again, we'll try that again. Welcome back in, everyone. I think my English is so poor because I'm a little in shock. Alabama, yes, 7-2 overall. They've won 7 in a row coming into today, but as impressive as they were against Kentucky, to take doubles against top-seeded Ohio State, that's a surprise, to say the least. Just want to make sure all our cameras are set. Indeed, they are. So now we can get to introducing our lineups. We'll get to introducing our 6 singles matchups in a moment, but I always like to start with the team that took the doubles point. So here, let's introduce the roster of 16th seeded Alabama.
Enzo Aguiar, Melbourne Junior.
Matic Dimic, Ljubljana, Slovenia, graduate.
Zach Foster, San Antonio, junior.
Rowan Jones, Shrewsbury, UK, sophomore.
Filip Planinšek, Hoče, Slovenia, junior.
I'm Matias Ponce Leon from Mallorca, Spain, and I'm a sophomore.
Yair Saruk, Herzliya, Israel, sophomore.
Andrei Zimnok, Kharkiv, Ukraine, freshman.
George Husak, head coach, father, uncle, water boy for the University of Alabama.
Didn't know he was going to do it when he recorded it. Let the record show I got a laugh. Excuse me, he got a laugh out of me. There he is. Head coach George Husak's got to be pleased with the start of his Alabama Crimson Tide. Game point chances here for 5th-year Cannon Kingsley. Kingsley out of Northport, New York. Reached his first Challenger semifinal this past fall. Currently sitting at 67 in the ITA rankings. It's an opening hold for Kingsley. Again, he's taking on Filip Planinšek, the junior out of Slovenia. Currently sitting at 53 in the ITA rankings. In the meantime, we'll head over to court number 2. As we do so, let's introduce the top-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes.
Jack Anthrop, Orlando, Florida, redshirt sophomore.
Preston Stearns, Cincinnati, Ohio, redshirt freshman. Reese Yakubov, Upper Arlington, Ohio, junior.
Robert Cash, New Albany, Ohio, senior.
Cannon Kingsley, Northport, New York, senior.
Alexander Bernard, Naples, Florida, sophomore.
Andrew Lichownik, Richboro, Pennsylvania, super senior.
Justin Boulay, Oakville, senior.
JJ Tracy, Powell, Ohio, senior.
Bryce Nakashima, San Diego, California, freshman.
So that's the crew for the Buckeyes, as you see Enzo Aguiar, junior out of Australia, currently number 74 in the ITA singles rankings, taking on 5th-year Justin Boulay. Boulay out of Ontario, 25 in the current ITA singles rankings. Hold here on 2 for a game as I take us over to 4. Aguiar, one of the signature wins for this Alabama squad on their way to that win over Kentucky. Got a very impressive victory to Aguiar at the number 2 spot, 6-4 in the third over Taha Badi. Want to be abundantly clear, it's not that Ty Tucker, the head coach for the Buckeyes, wouldn't record an introduction. It's that while we were recording those intros, he was literally mid-bench press. And I dare you in the crowd, you go interrupt the Ty Tucker bench press session to ask him to record his name. I value my life, so I didn't do that. But we'll be sure to get him recording at some point here. That said, if someone tuning in wants to text him, hey, record your intro after this match. I know some people who would appreciate it. That's a heck of a volley from Boulay. That's clearly the recipe for Justin Boulay. Continue. Push forward, be the aggressor. An early deciding point, break point chance coming up here on 2. I know they're up 1-0. I actually think Alabama has to get off to a quick start. I'll explain why after this. It's a double fault from Boulay. It's an early break from Aguiard. It's the key word, momentum. Big Mo right now, unequivocally for the 16th seeded Tide. And they capitalize on that momentum, find their way to a few first sets. For what it's worth today, winner of the doubles point, 3-1 overall in our 4 matches. The one winner, Texas A&M, 4-1 winner over South Carolina over at our USTA site. Tracy breaks for 2 love. JJ Tracy. Senior, it's listed out of Hilton Head. I know he said his home state was Ohio in his intro. Certainly has become an adopted Ohioan during his successful 40-year run now for the Bucks. Tracy, currently the highest ranked buck in the college tennis rankings. He's sitting at 7. Ranked Ohio State Buckeyes, by the way, because there are a lot of them. Tracy at 7, Anthrop at 13. That's their 3 and 4 singles players. Boulet's 25. He's their 2. Kingsley 67. He's their 1. Bernard 86. He's their 5. Excuse me, he's their 6. I was curious, why are Boulet, Kingsley, even though they're ranked lower than their teammates, playing 1 and 2? Well, first of all, Kingsley and Boulet were there at the 1 and 2 spots last season as well. Secondly, and obviously this is the most important part, secondly, Kingsley and Boulet didn't play much college tennis this fall. In fact, they didn't play any. They were off building their pro rankings as they get ready to pursue that career after this season ends. It's when, not if, both Boulet and Kingsley work their way back up towards the top 20, top 15. Not yet, though, here for Tracy. He faces break points. Taking on Matias Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon, currently the number 115 player in the nation, sophomore out of Mallorca, Spain. Anything for you, Mitch? That lands good. Ponce de Leon breaks right back. Again, if you're making a match calculus for this Alabama team, I think it's exactly the same as it was when they beat Kentucky. Doubles 1, 2, and 3. I think that's the only pathway. Sorry, excuse me, not the only, but by far the most likely pathway for these Crimson Tide as we head over to court number 4 now. Jack Anthrop, redshirt sophomore. Second highest ranked buck on the roster right now. Had a breakout fall that sees him at 13 in the ITA rankings. Redshirt sophomore out of Orlando, Florida. In the right shade, in the right lighting. Said this now for a couple of years. Reminds me of a young J.J. Wolf. How he snaps into the forehand. Always trying to take that ball early on the rise. Maybe a little bit more fluid, a little longer. Not quite as powerful, if you are, in comparison to J.J. Wolf. There's a hold from Anthrop's opponent, freshman Andrei Zimnak. Zimnak out of Kharkiv, Ukraine. I'll be honest, it's my first time getting to watch the freshman play. I wish I had a more in-depth scouting report for you all. I do not. Obviously, Zimnak, though, some momentum coming off of that clinching win with Planning-Check at that top spot. Excuse me, at the number 2 spot in doubles. Going to quickly go over to 5, where you see Roan Jones, the sophomore. He's got an early break lead, 3-1. 5th-year Robert Cash. Cash out of New Albany, Ohio. Jones, that's the sophomore out of Shrewsbury, England. Robert Cash plays such aggressive tennis. Cash, 1 loss already this season. Brings his grand total of indoor losses over the past 2.5 years to 2. 2 losses inside for Cash whenever he's lined up at that 5 or 6 spot for the Bucks. Again, has the weapons game style that just make you uncomfortable. Breakpoint chances for Cash right back. Cash breaks right back for 2-3, so we're back on serve. We got to rush back to 4, don't we? Get to 6 in a moment. Zimnak breaks for 3-2. Good news is if you're a Buck fan, it's here on court number 6. It's the 1 break the Buckeyes have here early. It belongs to Alexander Bernard, the man you call feel the burn. 3-2 lead on a surface that will never be his best. Again, I legitimately think by the end of last season, Buckeyes could have played their 4-5-6, Trotter, Bernard, Anthrop as their 1-2-3. There was that much talent, the deficit that narrow throughout the Buckeyes singles lineup. Indoors, it's a little bit of a different story, but boy, is this encouraging if you're a Buckeye fan to see Bernard up a break 3-2 here. First of all, they get to play him at 6, the ultimate luxury. Indoors, outdoors, I don't care. Bernie's a guy who would be playing top 3 in most lineups across the country, maybe every other lineup across the country. Bernie taking on the junior, Zach Foster out of San Antonio. Here's where you see our 3 breaks, by the way. Courts 2, 4, 6, the evens. Country, take notice. I don't care that this match is only an hour old, hour 20 minutes old. I thought Ohio State might be off the court by now. So impressed. I'm putting my hand up. I'm taking the unforced error already. Ohio State might win. Alabama ain't playing around this year. This is a real team. That was a bold choice. I thought for sure he pushed that one wide. Less than ideal shot selection. And again, should Boulay come back in this set, put a pin in that choice from Aguiar. That's one you hit through. It's 15-40. Got breakpoint chances for the double break. Excuse me. Then it's love 40, not 15-40. Break points fought off the siding point coming up in what is obviously a must-hold game for Boulay if he hopes to stay alive in this opening set. Zimnock trying to consolidate his early break on 4. When the weapons are on point, there's just not much you can do. Justin Boulay says, thank you very much for the lob. It's a massive hold for the 5th here. He looks to stay alive in the first set, still break lead for junior Enzo Aguiar. My bad. That's what you were waiting to hear, see more of. A little emotion, some energy. Little kick in the derriere. Maybe that might be it. That little flip of a pass from Anthrop. He gets the break back. Back to 6, where Bernie pulling away with that opening set. So let's see, we're on serve on 1 on 4. Check out 3 and 5 here in a second. Five-2 Bernie, he's a game away, the freshman. Excuse me, sophomore. Continuing to look to build on what was a standout freshman campaign. Bernie 6-0 to start the season. 5-2 lead for him, 5-2 lead for Tracy, but Robert Cash is in some trouble. Down a break for the second time in this set, but of course right away he's got break point chances right back. So it looks like one's been fought off, so deciding point coming up. Lets out a big Buckeye roar. Buckeyes making a push. The energy is there. Back on serve 3-4 here on court number 5. Take us back over to 3. A long platform step, I was always told to call it. Long platform step. He bends those knees, coils, and then explodes through it. 5-3 Aguiar's looked real good on serve. Getting battles everywhere else. Buckeyes pulling away on 3 and 6. Well, that he got there is an accomplishment in itself. Took about 6 extra steps. Wasn't his most efficient movement to that track down that dropper, and yet Bernie still does. Still Zach Foster pushing forward. 2 points away. He's Bernard, meanwhile, here on 3. It's a set point, Tracy. Just puts so much pressure on his opponents, does the senior. I've seen this script a million times. Feels like every time, you know, again, death, taxes, Tracy goes undefeated at the indoors. Couple certainties in life. Feels like at times that's one of them. Is it 30 all or is it set point? 30 all, I apologize. I don't know what I was seeing. Set point coming for Tracy. 2 of them on court number 3. I apologize, I was distracted. 6-2 set for Bernie. So Ohio State with their first response. Another set point, deciding point coming up. This time it's on 3. Tracy will have to serve for it. Question asked as you see Aguiard going to serve for the set at 5-4, so I'm going to keep us there at 2 for set Bucks on 6. 4 and 5, I believe, on serve. He was bound to misfire eventually. Still 2 points away from the set. Alabama's hanging tough everywhere, folks. This is not a fluke team here at the National Indoors. No. In a year that I think will be defined by depth in college tennis, Alabama's adding their name to the list. Call confirmed. I got to lock back in. It's a mistake by me. I see Enzo Aguiar with a first set Bama on 2. So that's first sets now, though, for Ohio State on 3 and 6. Bama gets court number 2. Obviously, that leaves us 4 and 5. As well as court number 1, we're 6-5 here on the turn. Kingsley Planishek, exactly as good as advertised. 5-4 from breaks down now, though, for Anthrop and Cash. Here comes the Buckeye push. By the way, I won't be offended if you open up a second stream, as you should. We've got 2 Crack Rackets broadcasts going right now. Should put this one with volume on the left or right, whichever you'd prefer, but you might want to turn on our secondary stream right now as well. Arizona up doubles and 4 of 5 completed first sets on third-seeded and last year's finalist Texas. Longhorns are in some trouble. In a day that has been defined by cookie-cutter results, this 3:30 hour has been anything but. And I'm not missing any more set points. We're going to Anthrop. had the shot he wanted. And he's a special enough athlete that I don't want to say you expect Anthrop to make that, but it's certainly in his bag of tricks still. First set point fought off by the freshman Zimnok. 2 more to come for Anthrop. Massive hold for Zimnok. 3 set points fought off, 5-all. As we head over to court number 1, looks like we're going to get a breaker. Who said the serve and volley's dead? First to 7, win by 2. Early mini break to Planishek. Remember, first set's in the bag. Ohio State got courts number 3 and 6. Tracy, Burney. Court 2, Enzo Aguiar, the junior, delivering a first set to the Tide. Mini break back to Kingsley. The 3-1 here. I don't know why the scoreboard changed. There we go. We're back. As Cash will serve for the set on 5. 4-2 on the turn. Mini break to Planishek. Anthrop again, 6-5 on serve there. Robert Cash serving for the opening set on 5. For what it's worth, second sets right now. Bernie already up a set and a break on 6 for the Bucks. Planishek continues to push forward. It's really impressive. 5-2 here again. Mini break lead. It's just 1. First set, Cash, bottom left of your screen again. We're juggling set points seemingly every time. Ridiculous. A ridiculous breaker. Goes the way of junior Philip Planishek. So that's 2 for Alabama. First sets on 1 and 2. Someone on this broadcast hypothesized the match calculus of 1, 2, and 3. Well, first sets on 1 and 2. Check and check. Question now is, where does that third set come from? Doesn't look like it's going to be court number 4 anymore. As Jack Anthrop from an early breakdown, he's now 2 points away from making it 4 first sets for the Bucks, and dare I say, correcting the course of what we expected here in our round of 16. First set for Anthrop, and now the pathway for the Bucks emerges. First sets on 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's the age-old question to those of you tuning in on the stream. Who would you rather be? Would you rather be the team with 4 first sets in singles or the team with a point on the board? 2 first sets in singles to go alongside with it. Again, let us know in the YouTube chat. Which scenario, who would you rather be right now, Ohio State or Alabama? I imagine most of you are going to say Ohio State, just given the pedigree on that Buckeye side, but I do think it's a legitimate question. hitch in the Foster giddy up. Bernie will do that to you. Gonna yank you into those uncomfortable outer thirds. Hit you with the slow roller as well. For love, Bernie. Sophomores in cruise control, undefeated on the season. Again, quarterfinalist at NCAAs last year. Sixth singles player, maybe for Ohio State only. Just got Zach Foster on a string. It's all Bucks. Garrett holds for 2-all-on-2 again. Ohio State got hit with a right hook to the face. Alabama came out swinging. Played such aggressive doubles from the start. I thought Aguiar clearly swinging freely at 2 against Boulay. Obviously, Planishek taking a 7-6 first set against Kingsley speaks for itself, but yeah, again, I know it's a little cliche. Zach Foster's feeling the burn. Alexander Bernard, 6-2-5 love. It is all OH. IO on courts number 3 and 6. So let's put 2 in the big screen. First of all, I can't believe Aguiar made that first volley, that he almost had a play on the overhead as well. So impressive. Again, I'm aware, court 1, it's a really good matchup. 7-6 first set to Planishek. try to get back to it. We'll show you Cash and Throp second sets in a little bit here as well. Tracy pulling away. We got to go to 6, though. Alex Bernard serving for the match. Yeah, I mean, again, the pace Bernard, Tracy are going at. He makes that. It's a heat check. You feel like you can put 2 points on the board, though, for Ohio State, right? Aguiar, Dicey, Kingsley always has a third set in him. Question is for Alabama, can they flip things on 4 and 5? Overruled by the chair. George Husak's furious. Looks at his player, Foster, as if to say, just ignore it. Always going to defer to the chair. Or refer to the gods. Say ball don't lie. Did that get overruled too? I think it did. Sure. No, it didn't. Call was confirmed. Okay. So it is a match point. Game, set, match, Bernie. 6-2, 6-love, Buckeyes on the board. 1-all overall. But things trending the way of OH as we head over to court number 3. JJ Tracy, 6-3, 4-love lead. So well done by Ponce de Leon. Thing is, whenever we've turned in onto this court, it feels like that forehand's been spraying. Certainly the most volatile shot we have here on court number 3. Meanwhile, JJ Tracy is steady Eddie. You know exactly what you're going to get from a match in, match out. The speed, the consistency. Nope, that was long. Or was it not? Called good, sure. Enzo Aguiar, 8th consecutive holds yet to be broken on court 2, 6-4, 3-all. He leads. You see Planishek up a set, down a break on 1. Those are Alabama's 2 first sets. Everything else went to Ohio State. And now we'll call it a de facto match point. Deuce point coming up. You imagine Tracy's going to say, let's go right back to that ad side. That's the side he returns on in doubles. And so, of course, he says deuce side. Makes a lot of sense. Up a break. It still is Kingsley. Let's go back to court 2. Ridiculous. Boulay holds that love. On serve here in set number 2. This one's felt the most like ATP action in the sense you're protecting serve. +1 forehands, backhands, first aggression, first strike tennis. The name of the game here on 2 as we go back to court number 3, where again, Tracy up a set in a double break. You see Andrei Zimnak, the freshman who was up a break multiple times against Anthrop in the first on 4. A break again to start the second. Tracy now a game away. 6'3", 4'1" for the senior, who again, highest ranked buck right now in the individual rankings. Number 7 overall. That's on the back of his 16-2, now 17-2, excuse me, start to the season. 7-0 in dual match play is Tracy. Forehand's been the issue. It's just sprayed on him too much today. You can't give JJ Tracy this many freebies. Ripped and ripped. Might be asking yourself, if you're an Alabama fan, where has that been from the sophomore Ponce de Leon? Fights off 1, still 3 more match points to come for the senior Tracy. Top seed Ohio State takes their first lead of the afternoon. It's JJ Tracy, the senior. Moves to 8-0 on the season, 18-2 overall on the year. It's a 6-3, 6-1 win for the Buckeyes here at the number 3 singles position, but uh-oh. Things starting to get a little bit tricky. 3 and 6 were the straightforward sets. 4 and 5 also sets taken by the Buckeyes, their pathway to victory. Not easy to get there as we'll head over to court number 5. Roan Jones was up a break multiple times in the first set on Robert Cash. Cash ultimately grinded his way to a 7-5 set. But you see Jones already up an early break in the second. Zimnick, the freshman on 4, was also up an early break in the set. He's up a break in the second now as well. Buckeyes are not out of dodge yet. There's a big Jones roars. He's got game point chances now to consolidate, extend his lead to 4-1. It's a massive moment on 2. We got to get to it. Oh, no. Did we miss the deuce point? Did Aguiar hold? Boulay serving for the set. That's what we'll find out, I suppose, as soon as that scoreboard updates. In the meantime, that cash backhand slice does go in the net. You hear Roan Jones yelling to his teammates, "We ain't done yet." Buckeyes might be out in front. Again, they ain't out of Dodge. Aguiar held that deuce for 4-all. Fascinating. So how many three-setters are we going to have in this one? What's the pathway for each of these teams? DeBlay hold 4-5-4 again. Buckeyes would love to send all of these matches, each of 1 and 2 to 3. Again, we only have 4 matches left, so I'll try to keep us on a rotating clock. Let's go back to 5. Apologies. Let's try that again. Remember, we play Let's in college. Easier than trying to suss out whether a ball was or was not a let. Just decided let's play them all. Yeah, that call's just way too late. It's just way too late. Tough to be overruled like that on a deuce point, but I don't disagree. You have to make that call sooner. You have to. Kingsley holds for 4-2. Let's go back to 5. Alabama going to need at least 1 3-set victory already. Need to win one of these second sets on 4 or 5. Have to have them to extend the match. Anthrop breaks, back on serve on 4. Jack Anthrop lost what? 1 match last season? And now redshirt sophomore, 18-3 overall here in 2024, 6-0 through the Buckeyes' first 9 matches of play. Thank you for the correction. 2 losses for Jack Anthrop his freshman season. I'm sorry. Wasn't 1, was 2. Still ridiculous. Great serve, great spot. Jams the backhand of Boulay for 5-all. And again, just with how things are progressing, Anthrop getting the break back. Cash with breakpoint chances. We'll go to him quickly on 5. Cash breaks back. Points right at his teammate Andrew Luchanik, who's just chilling on court 3. Buckeyes back on serve on 4 and 5, so the pathway becomes that much more simple. Protect your leads at 4 and 5. Buckeyes are headed to the quarterfinals. Change over here on 5. We'll go over to 2. Again, no disrespect to the match on 1. It's exceptional. 6-5 Boulay holds. Will go over to 4. Jack Anthrop, the redshirt sophomore, was down 3-1 a break. Excuse me. Yes, 3-1 a break in this second set. 3 straight games, now a breakpoint chance to give himself a look at serving for it. No way! Jack Anthrop, come on! Textbook example of why you don't quit on the point. Textbook hustle from the redshirt sophomore. He breaks, he'll serve for the match as the Buckeyes can now see the finish line. Cash holding for 7-5 for all. Jack Anthrop with the stick save. Come on now. That one misses wide. Anthrop 2 points away. Boulay closing in on a second set. In fact, Boulay's got 4 set points now. You all know the rules. Match points trump set points, but we are going to go to a split screen. Set point to your left. Anthrop 2 points away on the right. Three-one Bucks. Excuse me. Didn't mean to erase that doubles point lead. 3-1 though, as Jack Anthrop down breaks in each of these 2 sets. 7-5, 6-3, knocks out freshman Andre Zimnik. Still undefeated on court number 4. Is Jack Anthrop here to kick off his second season on the job. Meanwhile, Justin Boulay looking to force a 3rd set on court number 2. Put that in our big screen. Take you to the triple box now. Just 3 singles matches remaining. Courts 1, 2, and 5. Kingsley was up a break on one. Look at that. Planishek now 7-6, 5-4 lead. Four set points fought off. Aguiar forces a breaker. Cash grinding. Not something you say frequently. Go over to it. Again, if he can get off the court in straight sets, Buckeyes through to the quarterfinals. Cash holds for 5-all. Might hit the refresh button on us here in a second as Kingsley holds for 5-all as well. Aguiar Boulay in the breaker will go to it. Go full screen as a matter of fact. Alex Gruskin here. Alabama, a dramatic doubles point victory. They take first sets at 1 and 2, but the Buckeyes have come roaring back. Ridiculous pass from Boulay. Again, Ohio State take first sets on 3, 4, 5, and 6 here in singles. Straight set win from Bernie at 6. Sophomore Alex Bernard exceptional from the jump, as was senior J.J. Tracy. Death, taxes, straight set Tracy wins at these national indoors. That's 2. Jack Anthrop down breaks in both sets 1 and 2, delivers a straight set win for the Buckeyes at the 4 spot. We got to go over to 5. I know it's midpoint, but Cash breaks. He's serving for the match, not just for himself, but for Ohio State as well. Show off the wheels, Robert Cash. Celebration to match as well. Cash breaks and will serve to send the Buckeyes to the quarterfinals, 6-5. On court number 5 is Planishek holding for 7-6, 6-5 on 1. Justin Boulay, you see, letting out a roar to his teammate Robert Cash here on 5. Cash and Anthrop down breaks on both courts on courts 4 and 5 in each set. And the Buckeyes might walk away with straight set victories at both positions, a testament to their depth. And by the way, one of those rare moments, simultaneous changeovers. So I'll reset one more time. Ohio State drops doubles. Not something you say very frequently, particularly in a round of 16 indoors match. That's how good Alabama has been from the start. The team hasn't made it to this national indoors event since 2010. Now all of a sudden, again, hanging with the top-seeded Buckeyes. You see Enzo Aguiar, Philip Planishek fighting their tails off, still in winning positions at the top 2 spots, but fifth-year Robert Cash has been relentless, and he will now serve for a spot in the quarters. Roan Jones has 4 breakpoint chances. Because of course this match has another twist in it. Of course it does. It's only relevant if Roan Jones can get out of this, if Yeah, Roan Jones can get out of this set, but for what it's worth, FWIW, as the kids like to say. Fifth year Justin Boulay has forced the third set on two. The pathway for Ohio State expanding. Cash goes long. We're headed to a breaker on 5. Huh. Thought the Buckeyes were out of it. Not quite yet. Alabama. George Husak's Crimson Tide. Win or lose today, you have college tennis's attention. But sweet baby Rays, do they need their junior Philip Planishek to get off the court right now. Right now. They need an adrenaline boost. They need a shot in the arm. Something to send a message to Belay. Excuse me, to Enzo Aguirre at 2. Hey, stay alive. Stay in the fight. You got your teammates with you. One all in that breaker on 1. 2-1 mini break to Planishek. Again, can he provide the adrenaline boost? Ball lands good. Nice serve, Planishek. 3-2. They'll switch sides after this next point. Switch sides every 6. First to 7, win by 2. They'll be all on the turn. Gonna put Cash in the big screen once again. I see third set's underway on court 2. Mini break a lead for the 5th year again. Ohio State takes this breaker on 5. Pack the bag, start the match. Buckeyes will be through to the quarters. Great pattern. You can get pace in that Robert Cash forehand. He might leave you something short. Little risky on that ball, plays it a little close to his body. Now when he's extending through it, you're in trouble. And the chip and charge on that backhand wing, we know how aggressive he can be, how much he prefers to get into that net and move forward. 3-2 mini break lead for Cash. Ridiculous. The discipline, the rally tolerance, and then just an inside-out thriller. You got a little bit of everything as Cash mini break 4-2 lead here. 3 points away from sending the Buckeyes to the to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, while they're on the changeover, can Philip Planishek get what would be one of his biggest wins of his career? Again, Planishek got a win over Kentucky, and Joshua Lapadat 7-5 in the third to help send his team, here to these national indoors. Match points now to narrow the deficit to 3-2. Again, it only matters if Rome Jones can force a third. I should say only matters to this match. Matters big picture. A win's a win. Back to Cash. Kingsley fights off match point number 1. How's that for a pass down match point? +1 from Jones. You know what? We don't need court 2. I apologize. Alabama takes it at 1. But Cash finds some ridiculous forehands. So it's match point Bucks. Send them to the quarterfinals and a date with either Columbia or Harvard. No other way Robert Cash could finish it. Best doubles player in the country continues his pursuit forward here on the singles court, and that skill set pays some serious dividends as it's OHIO through to the quarterfinals. 7-5, 7-6 is the clinch from fifth-year Robert Cash. They earned that one. Alabama. Impressive stuff from the start, but in the end, again, Ohio State so sound, so solid. And where does that strength in their lineup shine through? It's the typical spots. 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, if you're Alabama, you're kicking yourselves. You had opportunities to win this match. not keeping close. 4-2 is close. No, Alabama had chances to win this one. They were up breaks in both sets on courts 4 and 5, both Anthrop and Cash. Straight set winners in the end. And I believe we're going to speak with Robert Cash here in a moment. No, Josh, our dear contact at the ITA. You see him on court. I believe he's speaking with Robert Cash as we speak. So we should have him here on the broadcast shortly for all of you to enjoy. Ohio State 4-2 winners. You see Robert Cash holding there with Josh. I appreciate it. Forgot to send them the new Zoom link. That's on me. New link has been sent. So we should have Josh here in a moment with Robert Cash. Obviously, you see immediately out on court, Columbia beginning their warm-up with Harvard. That matchup, I imagine, going to start either 6:55 or 7 on the nose. And as promised, joining us now on our broadcast, clinching player from our 4-2 Ohio State victory, it's Robert Cash. Robert, first of all, congratulations to you and the Bucks on the win. Let's just start with that second set. You're down a break. You know, you're down a break in both sets for what it's worth. What did you find inside yourself? What did it mean to you to pull through in this one?
No, I mean, it means everything. Fifth-year senior last year, I got to leave it all on the court. I see the scoreboard, see how many guys are left on the court. I know every match is important. Scoreboard pressure is a real thing, so I'm trying to get it done. 2 sets for my teammates out there, trying to get them off the court. I mean, yeah, scoreboard pressure is huge in college tennis. We're trying to not give an inch in any of the matches, so it's important to stay on your guy. And I just fought to the end because every point matters. No ad, anything can happen.
No, extraordinarily impressive. And look, I'm just going to ask it. Was that double set at 2 in the back of your mind during this singles? And were you surprised by how Alabama started this match? What happened there in the doubles? And what does it say about your team that you were able to recover the way you were?
Yeah, we knew coming into this, Alabama's a tough team. And they've had some great wins. 1 through 6 are great. The new doubles is always tough. 1 set, no ad. We came out, lost a lot of deuce points, a lot of big points. We just didn't come through. We had our chances. Right when you lose a doubles, you gotta let that go. You can't let that affect you going into singles because it's so fast. No ad. You gotta let that go, and you just gotta fight. We're looking for 6 first sets, and everyone just fighting as hard as they can and leaving it all out there for the Bucks. So I'm happy. We got the win, but we got to be better moving forward.
Well, no, certainly. And, again, speaking of moving forward, next up, either Columbia or Harvard. Now, I'm sure you guys are going to stick around for the match. You got to go recover, get some dinner. But I'm curious what the next, 15 hours or so look like for the Bucks as you guys prepare for that quarterfinal round.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a meeting, talk about our matches. Analyze our games and try to watch some of this Columbia-Harvard match. But, it's definitely important. We got to go back to the hotel, got to recover, stretch, ice, do everything we can to get ready for tomorrow because no matter who we face, we know it's going to be a tough one. So just gotta get ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, it is always a pleasure to see your serve and volley style, the aggression on court, something we don't get to see enough of nowadays. And again, very well-deserved victory to you, to the Buckeyes, my friend. OH to you as you guys continue. And obviously, rest well. We'll see you on court tomorrow.
I appreciate it. Go Bucks.
So that'll do it, again, for our third round of 16 matchup on the day. Ohio State 4-2 winners over Alabama. What a fun one that was. Of course, coming up next, we've got Harvard, Columbia. That promises to be a fun one. Again, I'm waiting for our start time, 7 o'clock, I've been told. 7 o'clock start for us here in our final match of the round of 16. So we hope you all stick with us. Now, in the meantime, you need more tennis to bridge the gap between now and 7. We got a whole other site for you. Over in Flushing at the USTA. 2-1 Arizona leads Texas. I see 3 third-set matches on court. I see Herman Hoyerall knocking on the door of a 3rd point for Arizona. Strom, G.A. Bailey, an absolute war on 3. There's a lot of good tennis going on. Mike Cation, Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s for our Flushing site. So, again, don't go anywhere, folks. We got more great tennis happening right now on our Crack Racket stream. We've got more exceptional tennis happening later here on our Columbia stream. Again, coming up next, maybe my favorite match of the day. Columbia, Harvard, here in New York. That one's going to be tasty. And again, what a fun thriller that was. Alabama, you have the college tennis world's attention. 4-2. What a fight from the tie. But again, in the end, OHIO through to another quarterfinal. 4-2 winners. They advance to face the winner of Columbia Harvard. That'll do it for our coverage of match number 3. Again, we will pick up our coverage here on the Columbia stream with the first ball in Harvard, Columbia, our final match of day number 1 for everyone who contributes to our broadcast. I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Crack Rackets coverage of day 1 of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships. Again, we will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern with the start of Harvard, Columbia. See you then.
Welcome everyone to Media Day here at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here. Joining me in our booth now is a man you all know best as the head coach of the 2-time defending NCAA champions. It's University of Virginia men's tennis head coach Andreas Pedroso. Coach, welcome to the National Indoors. Obviously, plenty for us to discuss here today, but first and foremost, how are you feeling? How are the guys feeling?
Team's doing well. Yeah, we're excited to be here. Beautiful facility. I mean, look at this view.
Yeah.
Just an incredible facility. Congratulations to Columbia for building an epic facility for college tennis.
This is the sort of facility I would have fought a revolution over. So I'm starting to understand now why New York's so significant in our nation's history. But obviously, this is a significant event in college tennis history. This is a tone-setting event. And look, the University of Virginia is no stranger to success here. 4 straight titles, was it, from 08 to 2011. That said, of late, this tournament has been an interesting litmus test for your group, dare I say, these past 2 seasons. And I'm curious what the mindset is for the Who's as you approach this event this year.
Listen, we're trying to win every match, and you know, I think we're still trying to figure out our lineups and our doubles teams, and it's early, it's mid-February, so it's a step in the process and a step towards what we eventually want to achieve at the end of the year. But yeah, we're still kind of figuring out who we are, what our teams are, what our lineups are, and how we want to play. And you know, I think indoor tennis is really good for us when it comes to our outdoor tennis games. So it forces us to be more offensive and play a little more first strike tennis. So that can only be good for anybody's game. So we look forward to this time of year, and we think we grow a lot. And you know, whatever comes our way, we embrace it and help it. We use it to make us better.
Yeah, I joked with you beforehand. The season hasn't truly started till Virginia's 500 after 6 matches. So we know everything's on pace for you all. And, you know, I'm curious, you mentioned looking for your lineup. Part of that obviously is a byproduct of your team just hasn't been healthy yet in 2024. I know you're going to try and look at that as a blessing, right? And I'm curious how that lack of health has opened up opportunities for other players on the roster.
Absolutely. We've actually talked about this. It's a great opportunity for the guys that are playing a little lower to play a little higher and to get some great experience. And we've had a tough non-conference schedule, which we've done on purpose. We do that every year because we want.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
college tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Have fun with this.
Okay, ready?
Yep, ready.
Welcome to the.
Welcome to the Red Apple. Welcome to New York City.
I think you said, what up to the first team players?
Welcome to the city that never sleeps. Welcome to the
Philip.
Philip. Philip.
Yes.
And Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
What is Pikachu doing in the Philippines?
There's no way.
And
Cheryl Milstein.
Michelin.
No.
Mexican.
Milstein.
Bill Shee.
Bill. No, very close.
Try.
Milstein.
Bill Chee.
No.
Welcome.
Wallop.
Welcome.
Yes.
To
The. Yeah.
Philip
Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Philip and Cheryl.
Yeah.
Welcome to Philip Milstein Tennis Center.
Come on.
How did you get that?
Because we were talking about the tennis center earlier. It was welcome to the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
So Philippines wasn't bad.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome in everyone to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by the head coach of the Harvard men's tennis team. It's my dear friend, Coach Andrew Rube. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and the guys on reaching this weekend. What does it mean to your group to be back here?
Well, to be back here, it's the first time in a while, so it means a lot. I think it shows that the kind of work we're putting in is coming to fruition. Obviously it helps we were able to host this year and have a good seed, and so the success last year, we're trying to build on that and keep the program moving forward. So it's obviously a good sign when you're here with the best 16 teams in the country, and we're fired up and ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, you being a host site, you knew you were going to host the kickoff weekend, thus be favored to advance here. But I'm not sure if you scheduled knowing that as well. And what I mean by that is looking at what you guys have done through the first 6 weeks, you have challenged your team as much as can be challenged. Was that intentional? And I'm curious what you've learned from them through the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think one, we realize now how important it is to play your high-level non-conference schedule, and so we load up. And I think one of the reasons that people want to come is that you're going to be challenged by the best teams in the country. I think the Ivy Leagues has really improved. I think this is certainly coming forward, but you do need those matchups to play other teams in the top 20, top 10 in the country in order to get your ranking up. I mean, I think the ranking algorithm rewards good wins. And so we want to take our shot, and then you also learn. I mean, you play the top teams, you get the feedback, you get to see what the level looks like, and those are invaluable. So I think you got to sort of, the only way is through. You got to play against the top.
I will say, if you and Columbia are here, who's winning the ECAC this weekend? That's the question.
Oh no, I'm not jumping in on that. But there are. I mean, we've had 3 and 4 Ivy League teams make the NCAA tournament pretty regularly now. I think we're going to get a shot to see 5 teams make the tournament. We one year had more teams than the Big Ten make the NCAA tournament. So I think the Ivy League is in really strong hands, and certainly us playing Columbia here as 8 and 9 seeds is just sort of proof of that. And the depth is there too. So it's something we're excited about. And I think before we used to have 1 or 2 teams at the top, and now we've got much more depth.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The fact that you have a Michael Zhang, who was, round of 16 last year, All-Americans, Cooper, obviously his strength, and yet you could argue the best player in the Ivy Leagues, Radu Papwe, over at Cornell. It just speaks to the depth, the strength everywhere. But obviously we want to talk about your team specifically. And again, you guys have been tested a bunch already this year. I want to start at top. It's always an experience to have a freshman at the #1 singles position. You had some options, though. You could have played Henry, could have played Ronan, could have played David. What was it about Cooper specifically that had you thinking he was ready for that position, and how do you think he's fared so far?
Oh, geez, he's done fantastic, and he sort of earned it. I think that the lineups is something you sort of earn through your matches and your results. I'm from Missouri, as they say. I'm the show me state. No,
I love
but you've got to he had great results this fall. He obviously got a very high ranking. He did beat Michael Zhang and Radu at the Super Regionals to qualify for fall Nats, and so those are shows that he's ready and he's got the level, and he's a wonderful competitor, and he's sort of that sense he's sort of older than his years are. It's worked out great, and he's sort of grabbed the opportunity and ran with it.
Yeah, and look, I want to ask you about 5 and 6, the options you have there, because I know you have a bunch, but that nucleus of your lineup, dare I say the meat in the Harvard singles lineup sandwich, Ronan, David, Henry. To have certainty in that group, again, 3 guys you've gone to war with now for a couple of years. Talk to me about the leadership role they seem to have embraced this season, because I know just hanging out with your team, it was very clear who people are revolving around whom.
Yeah. Well, I think that having experience up at the top is huge, and it is hard to cut your teeth. Cooper really is an exception of what it takes as a freshman to make your mark, but to have Henry, as a senior, he's older, he had a COVID year, so and then I have Danny Malofsky, who's been playing 3, and he hasn't lost a match yet. He's actually grown so much as a competitor from his first year. And he's just gaining experience every day, and he's got a big serve, big forehand, and so he's I think teammates count on him to keep producing, and Ronan, who again, a veteran senior, he was a semifinalist at Kalamazoo. He's got game, he's got experience, and that helps. Right? You want to draw on that, and then for it to be good, you also have to have some younger kids step up. Melchior has been doing a wonderful job at 5, and really big serves, big forehands, and he's got quite a game. I think that's gonna do well in college tennis.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And again, not only he, but we've seen Masato play at the #6 spot. I've seen you work in a couple of different options. Heading into this weekend, it's a big one. I know 3 or 4 top 16 matches guaranteed. Do you feel like your lineup is set, or are you still experimenting a little, both singles and doubles this weekend?
I think that the lineups will over time just keep moving. If you want to be responsive, their levels aren't always set. People take a step forward, they take a step back, and so some of that is there's a progression there. So it won't be set for the as we go through the year, certainly. And I think there has to be some wiggle room, and you also have to according to the rules, you got to sort of follow where the results are. And that should lead you for how you put your lineup together. But I think there'll always be chances for people to get opportunities, and can you grab them and make the most of it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And speaking of an opportunity, last 2 questions for you. Of all the teams you could have drawn, it's a team you know well. Yeah. Obviously in Columbia, 8 versus 9. It's the Friday night match here at the Milstein Tennis Center. Obviously, this is not the bubble. This is a little bit different. But I'm curious, that Harvard matchup, what you're looking forward to most about it.
Well, I think it's always exciting. The Harvard-Columbia is really sort of, I think because teams have done so well, that's really sort of earned this. I know Howie does a great job and builds really competitive teams, and they're well coached. They've got great level, and so you're always sort of testing yourself. And I just like almost all of our matches, it's going to come down to a couple points. The margins are very slim, and so every once in a while you get that one, and then the other, you lose a couple of the big points and you don't. We were talking earlier, but the margins in college tennis against good teams is very small. If you don't have a good day, you lose, so, this is a great opportunity to be here in a beautiful new facility and get a chance to, play against some rivals, I guess. Virginia's playing Duke, and so we don't follow the women's seeding rules where, you would sort of avoid some matchups with Oh, geez, that's me. Oh, that's for the coach's call.
That's funny. Well, we can leave it in. Westhoff will edit around it. But yeah, no, I again, just to finish that thread, obviously it's a massive opportunity here for your team. And so my final question to you is, beyond even just Friday, what does a winning weekend in your mind look like for Harvard? Beyond even just a national title, what do you want to see from the guys this weekend?
We talk always, we try to just take the distractions out and just lock in on what's their game, you know, how are they playing more points in their patterns than their opponents. And if you're trying to do that and you're succeeding in that, usually you're doing pretty well. You know, we know we're competitive with everybody, and you know, we get a chance to sort of show it out here. So I think expectations are high that we want to compete and show what we got, and you know, just keep advancing the ball. I mean, the goal still is, you know, you're doing your best in May, and I think the programs that focus on development and building those skills are the ones that, you know, keep improving. And you know, I'm ready for it, and we're excited to, you know, see the action here.
No, absolutely. Well, speaking of excited, I do want to point out for all of you tuning in at home, we had one coach participate in a challenge you're all going to see released on the ITA social media moving forward. Let me just say, you are our best participant, coach, a player, otherwise. Coach Rube, it was a blast to see you, and we appreciate you participating with us so willingly. We also always appreciate the chance to chat with you, to watch the Crimson compete. So, Coach, good luck this weekend, and always appreciate the chance to chat.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, excited to be here. Glad that you're here, too.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome in, everyone, to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. Joining us now is not just the head coach of one of the programs participating this weekend. No, he is our host for the weekend, as joining us now, Columbia men's tennis head coach Howard Endelman. Coach, first of all, thank you for having all of us here this weekend. Before we talk about your team specifically, let's talk 30,000-foot view. What does it mean to this school, this program, to be able to host an event of this caliber?
Thanks, Alex, and great to see you again.
Always a pleasure.
Well, it's a real honor to be able to host an event like this, the premier team event, right, from the ITA, on the ITA calendar, to be here in New York City at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. It's just it's a great honor, and this has been a real work in progress, and we were so privileged when the ITA decided to allow us to host, and we're glad that we're glad to be here. We're glad to be have earned our way into the event, and excited about the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun, and you know, you mentioned it, this Milstein Tennis Center, a process in the making.
Yep.
And for those that don't know, 6 indoor courts. I have tweeted this out already. It still smells new in here, which is maybe my favorite part, is you can just tell we are a part of something special. But 6 indoor, 6 outdoor on the roof as well. That is the coolest thing we have facility-wise in tennis, period. I'm going to speak for all the facilities. Talk me through some of the inspiration. Talk me through, you mentioned the Milstein family, their contribution in helping to make this possible.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Alex. Well, Philip and Cheryl Milstein are Columbia and Barnard grads, and Philip was on the team in the early 70s, and since I started as a first year at Columbia in '83, he's always been a mentor and friend, and someone who's always supported us in every way. And they're just incredible people. They care about our guys as people more than tennis players, or just as much as tennis players. And this is just something that we've talked about. When I came on my recruiting trip, I think I told you this earlier, Alex, when I came on my recruiting trip in 1983, we were talking about a new facility.
Yeah.
And here we are 40 years later, and we got it. And it's amazing. And then the roof, you know, it's New York City, so there's you've got to be really smart and efficient with the land. And then our athletic director, Peter Pilling, who's been terrific supporter in the entire process, he said, you know, why don't we think about, you know, stacking it on top? And then, because we have 40, you know, the roof of the indoor facility is 40 feet, and then we put it up on top here in the beautiful northernmost tip of Manhattan on the water. So it's really special.
No, it is so beautiful. I don't like that it was 40 years ago you were on your recruiting trip. That makes us all feel old. I don't like that 1983 is 40 years ago. That just doesn't feel right from a timeline perspective. And so we'll have to work on getting that straight moving forward. But, you know, again, to open up a facility with the team that you have, I'm curious because there's obviously a long history, and I've gotten to know your brother better, who has helped share some of the history of Columbia men's tennis as I prepared for this event. But you've had a lot of good teams. You've been either head coach, assistant for. I feel like in any other season, the group you have would be an unequivocal top 5 team, an unequivocal inner circle team. Now, obviously, depth in college tennis this year, nothing is unequivocal. But I'm curious. You've played Wakes, you've played the Tennessees, the UNCs of the world, and your team is having some serious success. How have you thought, or what have you thought about this group so far here in 2024?
Yeah, it's a great point. Well, as you know, we played Tennessee here last 1 week ago, Friday night. We had an incredible crowd after work here in Manhattan, and I guess our guys played really well, competed hard, and I guess they're a top 5 team, right? So we've been, we feel good. We have a good mix of kind of older guys. You were talking to several of them, and then some young players like Michael has obviously, Michael Zhang has obviously been terrific, All-American as a first year. Nicholas Kotzin has improved tremendously. Those guys are sophomores, so we feel like we have a nice mix of guys, a good group of guys who are just focusing on improvement and development every day. And you know, like we say, let's just give everything we can. We'll see where it goes.
In that spirit of development, for those that are less familiar, they may not remember 2020. Obviously, everyone's season wiped out by COVID, but 2021, Ivy League athletes lost their athletic seasons as well. And I'm just curious. So 2 full years of no tennis. We've talked in the past about how that impacted your team. Do you feel like you guys have caught up, just to put it bluntly?
Well, it's funny you say that, because what was that, 21 that we spoke in Kalamazoo, right?
Something like that,
It was 21, and when we started again in September, after 2 years off, we only had 2 players left. Everybody was gone because the Ivy League rules, all our guys just graduated. And then we had 8 new players. We had 8 new players that September and no facility because they were building this. So we're just bouncing around everywhere and, you know, just trying to keep it together. And then our guys have grown. The seniors now that's the year where their senior year of high school stopped in March. And then their entire first year at Columbia was all virtual. So these guys weren't on campus at all. So then they got here, and then there's no facility because the old facility was demolished a couple of months after COVID started. So it's definitely been a transition to get it going, and our guys, to their credit, you know, we've been bouncing around a lot, but now we're here, and we're really glad to be here.
It's an amazing story to tell, and with my last 2 questions, I want to ask, you know, again, It's still early in the season. It's February. You feel like no one at this point knows exactly what their team is. But I want to ask just bluntly, how good is this team in your mind? You've been around a lot of good groups. Does this group have top 8 in it? Like pushing, again, top 16 seed is one thing. But first 3 rounds at the Milstein Tennis Center, that's pretty appealing as you open up a new facility. Does this team have that in it?
Yeah, I know you mentioned it. You mentioned it on your podcast earlier in the year, and we were able to host the regionals the 2 years prior to COVID. 18 and 19, and those were really good teams. We hosted at the U.S. Open because we didn't have any outdoor courts. And then COVID cut it all short in March of 2020. And, let's see. There's a lot of people. We did a walkthrough with the officials, and they're saying, maybe we'll be back here again. And this, let's see where it goes. It's like we don't really want to limit anything or make any predictions. I just feel like let's see what can happen. We feel pretty good of how our guys are getting better, about how they're getting better, and there's a few things to kind of work through to continue to improve. But let's just see. Like you said, I mean, look, we played North Carolina here at the end of January. We had a great match there. We had a great match with Wake down in Winston. They were absolutely terrific. NC State in Raleigh, we were down 3-0. We ended up getting through that 4-3. Hashimoto 6-4 in the third, and then we played Tennessee here. So we feel like we're kind of, what would be to say, we're like in the pond. We're swimming in that. We're swimming in that pond now, and but everybody is really good, and everybody is close, and we're just going to do everything we can to be as prepared as possible for every match.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear that. My last question then for you is, of course, Harvard, 6:30 p.m. Friday night. We're all excited for it, but beyond that, looking at this weekend, what in your mind would constitute a victory for the Columbia Lions?
Oh, that's a good look. That was a funny. We saw the draw, and and I think there's quite a few matchups intra-conference.
Duke, UVA, one, a couple others also.
Yeah, and I know there were a few last year and the year before, but look, every team is really good. Every team here got through kickoff, deserves to be here, like that. And there's a lot of really good teams that aren't here. So for us, we're just gonna go out there and compete as well as we can, and we'll see how it shakes out at the end.
Yeah, well, that's half the fun, is getting to watch it all shake out. Sincerely, Coach, appreciate you having us all here to enjoy this weekend in New York, and wishing the Lions tons of success this weekend. So good luck to you.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Have fun with this.
Okay, ready?
Yep, ready.
Welcome to
the Welcome to the Red Apple. Welcome to New York City.
I think you said, what up to the first team players?
Welcome to the city that never sleeps. Oh, welcome to the
Philip. Philip.
Philip.
Philip.
Philip.
Philip. Philip.
Philip?
Yes.
And Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
What is Pikachu doing in the Philippines?
Dude, there's no way.
And Cheryl Milstein.
Michelin.
No.
Mexican.
Milstein.
Bill She.
Bill.
No,
very close.
Try.
Milstein.
Bill Chi.
No.
Welcome.
Wallop.
Welcome.
Yes. To
To
the.
the
Yeah. Philip.
Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Philip and Cheryl. Yeah.
Welcome to Philip Milstein Tennis Center.
Come on.
How did you get that? Because we were talking about the tennis center earlier.
It was welcome to the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
So Philippines wasn't bad.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome in everyone to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by the head coach of the Harvard men's tennis team. It's my dear friend, Coach Andrew Rube. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and the guys on reaching this weekend. What does it mean to your group to be back here?
Well, to be back here, it's the first time in a while, so it means a lot. I think it shows that the kind of work we're putting in is coming to fruition. Obviously it helps we were able to host this year and have a good seed, and so the success last year, we're trying to build on that and keep the program moving forward. So it's obviously a good sign when you're here with the best 16 teams in the country, and we're fired up and ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, you being a host site, you knew you were going to host the kickoff weekend, thus be favored to advance here. But I'm not sure if you scheduled knowing that as well. And what I mean by that is looking at what you guys have done through the first 6 weeks, you have challenged your team as much as can be challenged. Was that intentional? And I'm curious what you've learned from them through the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think one, we realize now how important.
And welcome in, everyone, to our final match here on day one of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin back, but of course, the big news. First upset of the day happens in Flushing. Last year's finalists and number 3 overall seeds, the University of Texas, knocked out 4-2. By the Arizona Wildcats. We will recap that match extensively tonight on our Cracked Racquets Recap podcast. But for now, we lock in on what I think, on paper, might just be our best match of the day. It's an all Ivy League showdown. Columbia versus Harvard, 8 versus 9. Standing room only. Here at the beautiful New Milstein Tennis Center. Milstein Family Tennis Center, excuse me. Winner of this to face top-seeded Ohio State tomorrow. And we should have coverage now. All of our cameras up and running. So let's go to the triple box. see the opening hold for Cooper Williams, David Malovsky. Williams, the freshman, top 10 newcomer according to the ITA out of New York City, New York. With the junior Daniel Malovsky out of Needham, Massachusetts. Taking on the pairing of Michael Zhang, Theo Winigar. Zhang, sophomore, Montville, New Jersey. Winigar, senior out of Osprey, Florida. Columbia so far this season. Fixing 1 overall entering these national indoors. Wins over Tennessee, NC State, UNC. Tight one, 5-2 in Winston-Salem to Wake Forest. On the other side, Harvard again. They have been tested. 6-2 overall losses to Kentucky, Memphis, respectively. Splits the middle win so far, though, for this Harvard squad over UCLA, Northwestern, Michigan, Louisville, NC State. Both head coach Howard Endelman of Columbia, head coach Andrew Rube for Harvard, they are well aware of what's at stake this season. Both teams top 8 contenders, that opportunity to maybe host the first 3 rounds of the NCAAs. Gonna work here on 1. Again, let's go over to 2 as we continue our introductions everywhere. Max Westphal, Nicholas. Is this Nicker and Alex Kotzen? This might be Nicholas Kotzen. Indeed it is. Double fault there off the racket of Westphal. Juniors out of Paris, France. Teammate Nicholas Kotzen. Yes, younger brother of teammate Alex. But Nick Kotzen, sophomore out of Short Hills, New Jersey. Got the chance to meet Mr. Kotzen. Lovely human being earlier today. Well done, way to hold your ground. Again, this is a tone setter for both of these teams. Given the lack of rankings depth, not to get too technical, but you're just going to get fewer opportunities to earn significant ranked wins as an Ivy League school than you would, say, at an SEC, ACC school, given the depth in those conferences. Thompson and Westphal taking on the duo of Ronan Jachuk, senior, out of Boca Raton, Florida. With Masato Carrera. Masato, sophomore out of Santa Barbara, California. And get that scoreboard fixed for us here in a moment. As we head over to court number 4, I believe we're on serve. Here on court 2. that's exactly the case. 2-1 lead for Kotzen and Westfall. Meanwhile, final match to introduce. It's another Kotzen. This time it's the older one. Alex Kotzen, senior out of New York, New York. Makes sense, by the way, that he and Nicholas Kotzen, I guess, makes sense. They have different addresses. Could have been a Kotzen family move between when each of them enrolled. Again, Kotzen partnered with Sachin Palta, sophomore out of Forest Hills, New Jersey. This is Palta serving. Duo's taking on Henry van der Schulenburg, brother of Jeffrey, yes, senior out of Zurich, Switzerland, van der Schulenburg. Partnered with junior David Linz. Linz out of Boca Raton, Florida. If you're watching, Mr. Linz, I hear you're from my neck of the woods. Mr. Linz from West Bloomfield, Michigan. Knew I liked David from the start. Got the chance to hang out with this Harvard team and Columbia yesterday quite extensively in some of our media day activities. All those going to be released on the ITA website or social media channel shortly. Trust me, maybe my favorite bits we've put together. Excuse me, from Palta. This is the assistant coach, Sean Hadavi, former Columbia player himself, now on the sideline. Davi's going to be happy with his number 3 doubles pairing as they hold for 2-1 on serve everywhere. We'll go back to 1. Remember how these matches work. 3 doubles sets played simultaneously. Whichever team can capture 2 of the 3. We'll end up with a 1-love lead heading into our 6 singles matches. Thus, you have that 1-love lead. You only need to win 3 of 6, not 4. Cooper Williams here on the ad side is the freshman. Winnegar serving on the far side. Big forehand in the body jams Winnegar, so break point chances coming up. Bites off multiple break points, 3 of them. Winnegar holds for 2-all. Again, there is a buzz right now in this Milstein Family Tennis Center. It just hasn't been here all day. Helps to have the hometown Lions in action, but it's great to see a full crowd here in New York City. Players lining up and down these rails, these stairs, players, fans, everyone. Feels like a rivalry match, as it should, as it should. Our scoreboard's going to jump a little bit ahead. I'm going to reset, obviously, some of these cameras as soon as we get out of this game. There's associate head coach Sanam Singh, four-time national indoor champion. He never lost at this tournament during his time as an All-American at the University of Virginia. Again, they won 4 straight, 08 to 2011. From Somdev Devarman all the way through to Michael Shabazz, Sanam Singh's senior year. Trivia question in the chat. Can you name the team who knocked off Virginia to end their 4-peat streak? Again, it was the year after Sanam left. I know these cameras are being difficult. Break point coming up. I apologize. Turn that off. I don't know why that was on there. Break points coming up for Zhang, Winigar. Deuce point coming up, but again, we know where it's going. See how they get there first, as again, now we should have an updated court 2 for you all. This happens again in the future, we'll move to a radio-style call, as I can see some of these matches out on court right now, but I apologize. I know the camera's very difficult to start. See if we can't get everything fixed. 3-2 break for Winnegar. Zhang here on court number 1. Let's go to court 3 where Harvard van der Schulenberg, David Linz up a break 3-2. Only place we're on serve court number 2. It's a great cross. It just doesn't misfire. Right play, wrong execution. Holds break consolidated on courts of 1 and 3, so let's put 2 in the big screen. Actually, we'll just go full screen to give me time to try and reset play with those cameras on 1 and 3. 3-all, 30 love here. The junior sophomore pairing of Max Westphal and Nicholas Hudson. They're on serve on court number 2. Crimson are knocking on a double break here on 3. Now, I've reset all of our cameras now, so every scoreboard should be caught up. Hopefully, streams stay constant from here on out as well. Here, it's again Sasha Palta, the sophomore, serving. Floats on him, so now a chance for a double break to come up. Great hands. It's great reaction as again Columbia just trying to stay alive. You're at the number 3 spot. Certainly you do some scoreboard watching always. It's just inherent. It's natural. Can't help it even if you tried. I'm sure they see, hey, our teammates are up 4-3. Let's do our part here on 3. Deciding point coming up. Break, double break, 5-2 lead. Now on court number 3. So Harvard will serve for the set. Let's go back to 1. Actually, no, let's go to 2. That's a lie. Put away from Ronan Chuck. Got the chance to, again, spend some time with this Harvard team. It's very clear they follow their senior Jatchuk. He's not the only one with an outsized voice on this Harvard roster, but you could tell all the younger kids, everyone. Ronan made a decision. That was the decision. They come on serve as Harvard tries to serve for the set. Let's go back over to 3. Lynn serving here on the near side, 2 points away. Come on now. Couldn't see that ball. Hudson Palta kind of lost it. Harvard will take it, and with it, they will serve for the match here on 3. On serve on 2. Columbia up a break on 1. What's he going to do with it? Evidently something good. Deuce point, match point now coming up. Again, Harvard's going to have 2 chances to serve for this set no matter what. Would love, again, on the road, facing a higher seed. Earn the first victory. Take the first match. Give your team something to build about. Again, deuce point, set point coming up. Hear the roar. David Linds, Henry von der Schulenburg strikes for 6-2. Number 3. Harvard needs just one of these 2. If they take it, they'll take the doubles point with it. Set points, Winnegar Zhang on court number 1. Give us a sudden death showdown on court 2. That's what we deserve. Second match coming up on the left. Obviously, I think we know how it goes. Here for Molofsky. Daniel Molofsky, excuse me, trying to serve things out. Kotz and Westphal very quietly. 2 points away. It's a hold for Harvard, so we'll go full screen to 2. Coming up for Kotz and Westphal. It's the only ranked doubles team on the Columbia roster right now. Duo's number 24 overall in the country. Match point to level this doubles point. Not the deuce point, excuse me. Obviously, we're a little bit ahead, or a little bit behind on the score. Anthony Montero, head official, has already warned the crowd. I don't know if a second serve was given there, if a let was called. You see Howard Endelman saying, don't you dare talk to the, excuse me, not Howard Endelman, Anthony Montero, our head official, saying, don't you dare talk to the players. Trying to protect them, ensure integrity here in our game. Howard Endelman, of course, Columbia head coach, is just like, let my fans cook. You understand their differences of opinion. It's the longest match point ever, and we know where it's going, so we're going back to the split screen. Just in time for the match point, Michael Zhang. Theo Windegar, 6-4 at the number 1 spot, so it comes down to 2. I have to. We're too far behind. And I get it. We might miss 1 point here, but you already see what the scoreboard is. Better to be updated now than have something spoiled perhaps a little bit down the road. Again, it comes down to this doubles set. This is indeed 15-30, and this is Junior Max Westphal serving here on the near side. That'll work. Nervy. Serves solve a lot of problems. Coming up. Harford breaks and will serve for the set. 6-5 lead on court number 2. Again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. Camera should behave on us the rest of the way here in doubles. Things should clear up as we move into singles as well. It's a straightforward victory for Harvard on court number 3. Junior David Linz, senior Henry von der Schulenberg came out blazing. 6-2 at the number 3 spot, but Columbia answered. Theo Winnegar, Michael Zhang, 6-4 win at the top spot. This is Masato Pereira. Sophomores being called into a big spot, serving for a doubles point on the road. Masato, limited action in his freshman season. Good. Yeah, you come at the king, you best not miss, right? That's what the kids always say. 30 love now for Jachuk. And Masato Pereira, they're 2 points away. Westfall tried to get in, be aggressive, but it's a big cut from Kotzen and it ends up in the net. Match points, Crimson. Harvard takes the doubles point. 7-5 decision at the number 2 spot. You add that with their 6-2 at 3. It is 1-love Crimson here at the Milstein Tennis Center. Now, both Columbia and this crowd, they're going to have something to say about it as this match continues. Tightly contested doubles point goes to Harvard. Means the Crimson need just 3. Columbia going to need 4 singles victories to advance to our quarterfinals tomorrow. Have coverage of all that action. First ball to last coming up on the other end of this break. While the teams meet, we're going to get our cameras set. Try to make sure things get a little less jumpy for you moving forward. So we're going to step away for the moment, but stick with us. We got 6 more singles matches to go as we wrap up day number 1 here. You're watching our coverage of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Have fun with this.
Okay, ready?
Yep, ready.
Welcome to
the Welcome to the Red Apple. Welcome to New York City.
I think you said, what up to the first team players?
Welcome to the city that never sleeps.
Welcome to the
Philip.
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 Yes.
And Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
What is Pikachu doing in the Philippines?
There's no way. And
Cheryl Milstein.
Michelin.
No.
Mexican.
Milstein.
Bill Shee.
Bill.
No,
very close.
try.
Milstein.
Bill Chee.
No.
Welcome.
Wallop.
Welcome.
Yes. To
The
yeah. Philip
Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Philip and Cheryl.
Yeah. Welcome to Philip Milstein Tennis Center.
Come on!
How did you get that?
Because we were talking about the tennis center earlier. It was welcome to the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
So Philippines wasn't bad.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome in everyone to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by the head coach of the Harvard men's tennis team. It's my dear friend, Coach Andrew Rube. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and the guys on reaching this weekend. What does it mean to your group to be back here?
Well, to be back here, it's the first time in a while, so it means a lot. I think it shows that the kind of work we're putting in is coming to fruition. Obviously it helps we were able to host this year and have a good seed. And so the success last year, we're trying to build on that and keep the program moving forward. So it's obviously a good sign when you're here with the best 16 teams in the country, and we're fired up and ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, you being a host site, you knew you were going to host the kickoff weekend, thus be favored to advance here. But I'm not sure if you scheduled knowing that as well. And what I mean by that is looking at what you guys have done through the first 6 weeks, you have challenged your team as much as can be challenged. Was that intentional? And I'm curious what you've learned from them through the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think one, we realize now how important it is to play your high-level non-conference schedule, and so we load up. And I think one of the reasons that people want to come is that you're going to be challenged by the best teams in the country. I think the Ivy Leagues has really improved. I think this is certainly coming forward, but you do need those matchups to play other teams in the top 20, top 10 in the country in order to get your ranking up. I mean, I think the ranking algorithm rewards good wins. Mm-hmm. And so we want to take our shot. And then you also learn. I mean, you play the top teams, you get the feedback, you get to see what the level looks like, and those are invaluable. So I think you got to sort of, the only way is through. You got to play against the top.
I will say, if you and Columbia are here, who's winning the ECAC this weekend? That's the question.
Oh no, I'm not jumping in on that. But there are. I mean, we've had 3 and 4 Ivy League teams make the NCAA tournament pretty regularly now. I think we're going to get a shot to see 5 teams make the tournament. We one year had more teams than the Big Ten make the NCAA tournament. So I think the Ivy League is in really strong hands, and certainly us playing Columbia here as 8 and 9 seeds is just sort of proof of that. And the depth is there too. So it's something we're excited about. And I think before we used to have 1 or 2 teams at the top, and now we've got.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Racquets coverage of our final match here on day 1 of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships. At least our final match here at the beautifully recently finished Milstein Family Tennis Center. Harvard, the number 9 overall seed, currently 1-love lead on Columbia. Arguably our most anticipated matchup of the day. Two players who know each other extraordinarily well from their time in the junior circuit. Cooper Williams, superstar freshman, taking on superstar sophomore Michael Zhang. We'll introduce this matchup as well as all 6 of our singles matchups here in the moment. But first, let's introduce these two rosters. I had the chance to, again, speak with each of these teams yesterday as part of our preparation for this event. Got the chance to have them record some intros for all of you tennis fans to gain familiarity with them. Let's start with our team up 1-0. Our visiting squad, it's number 9 Harvard.
David Arco, Los Angeles, California, senior.
Melchior Deloy, Paris, France, sophomore. Ronan Jockchuk, Boca Raton, Florida, senior.
David Linz, Boca Raton, Florida, junior.
Daniel Malofsky, Needham, Mass, junior.
Valdemar Pape, Copenhagen, Denmark, sophomore.
Masato Pereira, Santa Barbara, California, sophomore.
Henry Friedrich Ludwig Peter von der Schulenburg, Zurich, Switzerland, senior.
Cooper Williams, New York City, freshman.
Alan Yim, Bellevue, Washington, senior.
Juan Calero, assistant coach, Harvard men's tennis.
Sanam Singh, associate head coach, Harvard men's tennis.
Of course, the head coach for Harvard, Andrew Rube. I forgot to get him to record his intro, so that's on me. Apologies for that. Have to say, was quite the laugh as Harvard convinced von der Schulenburg to list every single one of his middle names. I'm sure somewhere Mr. or Mrs. Dr. von der Schulenburg, whatever they may be, that active title, they appreciate. And listing out all of the middle name options. In the meantime, again, Michael Zhang serving here, the superstar sophomore. Round of 16 last year at NCAAs. Almost took out finalist Andre Styler, one of my favorite matches of the individual tournament. Overcooked that one. Zhang reached his first ATP Challenger final this past summer. Knocked out, I forget exactly the city, but knocked out in that final by Kei Nishikori. He's the headliner, but a lot of fun lines to get to meet. So let's get to it. Here is your 2024 Columbia men's tennis roster.
Alex Kotzen from New York City. I'm a senior here.
Hugo Hashimoto, I'm from San Jose, California, and I'm a junior.
Nick Kotzen, Short Hills, New Jersey, sophomore.
I'm Sachin Palta. I'm from Forest Hills, New York, and I'm a sophomore.
Ishan Ravichandler, Belmead, New Jersey, senior.
Henry Ruger, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, senior.
Stanley Shookman, Livingston, New Jersey, sophomore. Jaden Templeman, Toronto, Canada, junior.
Max Visval, Paris, France, junior.
Theo Winiger, Sarasota, Florida, senior.
Michael Zhang, Montville, New Jersey, sophomore.
Ian Van Cott, assistant coach, Columbia University.
Howard Endelman, head coach, Columbia University.
He looks cute in the hat. We can all agree, head coach Howard Endelman. Such a gracious host to us all here this weekend. I think I put on 5 pounds with how well we're being fed. So again, a massive thank you to Howie, the entire Lions staff. Something tells me we're going to get to spend some real time on this one. Cooper Williams breaks for 2-love. Obviously, we'll get back to it. I want to complete all of our intros first. Let's head over to court number 2. Look at the rankings right now, by the way. Cooper Williams is 12th in the ITA rankings. Columbia sophomore Michael Zhang, 15th. Henry von der Schulenburg, the senior, unranked, but that'll change quickly, maybe even as soon as after this national indoors. He's taking on senior Alex Kotzen. Kotzen, 101 in the nation. 1 more year as a Columbia Lion, then he'll spend his final season of eligibility over at Tennessee. It is a quick 3-love lead, by the way, for Cooper Williams at 1. You see quick 3-love from Molovsky at 3. Harvard is starting fast. Here for Constance opening service game. Really impressive stuff. Again, Columbia needs 4 singles victories. Harvard just 3 in their top 3. Williams, honestly, their top 4. Williams, von der Schulenburg, Molovsky, Ronan Jatchuk. That is a tough top 4. A lot of experience. And then a superstar freshman talent at 1 in Williams. This is probably Andrew Rube's best team. Probably Howie Endelman's best team, too. No, you're all curious. I'll answer the question. Who won this matchup last year between these two teams? last season. Harvard 4-2 winners. Oh, these teams played 3 times last year. Harvard 2-1 overall. 4-2 win in the kickoff weekend. 4-3 win when the teams played in Cambridge during the Ivy League season. Columbia 4-3 win in the ECAC championship match. Well done from Alex Kotzen. Steadies the ship at least a little bit. Gets on the board. It's a hold at 2. Still under Schulenberg, the 2-1 lead again. Harvard's up early breaks right now. Court's 1 in 3, and here on 3 you see it's the junior Daniel Malovsky. 3-love taking on sophomore Nicholas Kotzen. Meanwhile, Nicholas Kotzen does get on the board against sophomore. He's had a really nice start to his season, perhaps most impressively what's Kotzen done of late. Helped the team clinch a 4-1 victory over Tennessee. Kotzen 6-6 over freshman Philippi Jonka in that one. You look for Malovsky in last season's matches. Lost a 3-setter to Westfall. Lost a 3-setter to Kotzen. And lost 6-6 to Kotzen as well. Little desperation for Malovsky here his junior year. I imagine beat Columbia is high on the priority list. Real simple. Tolofsky hold 4-4-1. So Columbia trailing early at the 1 and 3 spots. Credit to this Harvard team. They know the mission. They have come out so focused, so intense, determined, disciplined, all the right adjectives. That one floats a little wide, though. Here's junior Max Westphal. Once upon a time, Westphal, top newcomer to enter the college ranks. Guy with serious junior pedigree. Holds for 2-all. He's taking on senior again, Ronan Jatchuk. You look for Jatchuk last year. Wins over Hashimoto. Westphal, he beat Westphal in 3 sets, as a matter of fact. 7-5 in the third at 4 last year. 1-1-1, with one match unfinished being that final one for Jatchuk in his battles for Westphal. One and 2 as he dropped a couple of 3-setters against the Crimson. Call out of France again, Ronan Jatchuk, the senior. Out of Boca Raton, Florida. You see Hugo Hashimoto, the 4-love lead at 5 again. Trying to stick with these for a game each so we can get the rhythm of each match. I may have to jump, though. Got some lopsided first sets we got to go check in on. Overruled this Westphal. I can't say I agree or disagree. Again, it's the far side call. You always defer to the chair in my position. It's an early casual overrule. That ball came in real slow. So game point chances here for Jatchuk to keep it on serve 3-2. Not quite yet, as you see Valdemar, excuse me, Pape, the sophomore, early break lead on 6. Harvard's up breaks 4 of 6 courts to start. That is... That'll work. Nice ball not out of it yet. Deciding point coming up. And look, it's very simple. Columbia has to get something going. Hugo Hashimoto is something. 5-love lead at 5, but they need more than that. They need 4 singles victories, and they're down breaks on 4 courts. I'm not an Ivy League student like these players on court. I can do math up to 4. That's a tough deficit. As we make the turn, let's go over to 5 again. Now we got to start scoreboard hopping a little bit. Here's Hugo Hashimoto. 5-love lead for Hashimoto Jr. San Jose, California. He's taking on the sophomore, Melchior Deloy. Deloy out of the UK, London to be precise. Game away from a Friday night bagel is Hugo Hashimoto, but we got to go over to 1. 3, excuse me. Milofsky's 2 points away from the opening set. That is something from the junior. Daniel Milofsky playing with such purpose. 6-1 opening set. He did it in under half an hour. Five-love lead now for Hashimoto. Will go there next. Take you over to court 1. Cooper Williams had the early break lead. He didn't overcook that, did he? He came in real hot. Melchior Deloy has weapons. I got the chance to watch this Harvard team cover their match during the kickoff weekend. Was so impressed by Deloy, who clinched the 3-set 4-2 win, excuse me. Clinched a 4-2 win over UCLA with a 3-set victory at 5. Now, there are still some serious ups and downs, but the skill set is there. Bloy gets on the board. Still Hashimoto going to have a chance to offer the first Columbia response of the evening. Junior will serve for the setup, 5-1. See Cooper Williams still up that single break of serve on court 1. Got it early, has held on to it ever since. Tails on Hashimoto. Might have heard a roar in the background on your screen. What was that roar? It was top left. Alex Kotzen breaks back on 2. Columbia needs to get something going. They were down early breaks pretty much everywhere. Down to 6-1 set already on 3. Their number 1 player, Michael Zhang, still down that break 5-2. I'm going to bring that back top left of our screen, court number 1. That'll work. I don't know. That's tough. Did the call come a hair late? Probably. Did the serve miss a little long? Probably as well. I think that's the right call. I do think the service call came too late. I mean, that was a clear intent. He hit the serve return. He followed through, and then you saw the finger go up. Can't do that. Gotta be more decisive. So set point coming up as Columbia tries to mount some sort of response here early. Hugo roars. Hashimoto provides a set for the Lions, but it's just 1. They need 8. Dang point chances to extend his opening set, but again, first set Columbia on 5, first set Harvard on 3. 1, 2, 4, and 6 are remaining opening sets. How about that? Max Westphal, 5-2 lead. He'll serve for the opener. Okay. Is that? It's not the big Mo. It's a little Mo. Question is, can Michael Zhang continue to fight? You're in set number 1. Hard to imagine a world in which there's a Michael Zhang, a Columbia win and a Michael Zhang loss. That's no disrespect to Cooper Williams. It just speaks to the strength, the depth of this Harvard roster. Columbia going to need someone to step up. So typically over the last year and a half, that's been the sophomore Zhang. Nope, pulled it wide. Zhang fights off set point. He holds for 3-5. Still, Cooper Williams going to serve for it now. As you see, Valdemar Pape. 5-2. Will have at least one shot to serve for that set on 6. Again, Michael Zhang held for 3-5. Our scoreboard will update here in a moment. Getting real loud here in the Milstein Family Tennis Center. Again, I'm isolated in an office. Try and keep our broadcast organized, and I can hear just the roars echoing through my window. Now you understand why. It's a second first set as Columbia makes a push. 6-2 to the junior Max Westphal. Can they find another one? Take it back to 1. Cooper Williams looking to close things out. He's 2 points away. That'll work. Set point Coop. We'll level things at 2 first sets apiece. Cooper Williams takes a 6-3 opener, so it's 2 apiece. Harvard only needs 3 singles victories. Columbia needing 4. Pivotal ending of sets approaching, including court number 6, where, by the way, I don't think we formally introduced Valdemar Pape, sophomore out of Denmark, taking on his fellow sophomore Sachin Palta. Palta out of Forest Hills, New York. Looks like he held for 3-5, so Valdemar Pape will serve for it. Make it 3 first sets for the Crimson. It's a big moment as you see 4-all, 30-all on 2. Kotzen had the early break on 3, gives it back to Malofsky. Set points for Valdemar Pape. This would present a very clear pathway. For the Harvard Crimson would give them first sets at 1, 3, and 6. Beautifully done. I can't believe Palta tracked that ball down. Nevertheless, that's 3. Harvard has a pathway to the quarters. First sets on 1, 3, and 6. I believe that was a Kotzen hold. I apologize, was checking the scores. Turned my eyes for a second. Kotzen did indeed hold. 5-4 now on 2, and what is, in my opinion, pretty clearly a must-have set for the Lions. I don't think it's unreasonable to say they have to need, they're going to need at least one deciding set victory. That's very obtainable. The bigger that number becomes, obviously, the harder things get. Wolofsky holds for 2-all. Levels things in that second set on 3. Cooper Williams breaks Zhang right away to start the second. Now Zhang broken twice in this match. Williams unbroken through 5 service games. Von der Schulenberg was up an early break. Obviously, Kotzen got that back on serve 5-4. That'll work. Aggressive swing on the slice. Aggressive, to say the least. Oh, geez. Accidental button switch. Here we go. Backhand sails on him. I gotta say, pretty decent Harvard crew here tonight as well. You imagine there's a Harvard alum or two that lives in the Big Apple. Like to think the pipeline from Harvard to Goldman Sachs or Credit Suisse, or pick your bank of choice, your private equity firm of choice. I'm sure there are a few Crimson grads amongst the ranks. Know my brother, Eric Ruskin, Harvard Business Class 2022. He's somewhere on the west side. I couldn't tell you exactly where in New York he lives, but I know he would be here tonight if he didn't have to get out of town the moment he found out I was coming. Deciding point, which way did it go? Looks like from the body language of Sunam Singh, it went to Nicholas Kotzen. It's up an early break here in the second now. Fighting to stay out in front. Wow, Cooper Williams is just on top of everything. He's clearly the aggressor thus far. The massive hold for Kotzen in what is a must-have set. Must-have. Harvard already. Doubles point first set at 1, 3, and 6. You see Westfall up a set and a break at 4. That's a positive development, certainly if you're a Columbia Lion fan. Zhang gets on the board. As soon as they're out of the chair on 2, we'll get their rare moment where we have simultaneous changeovers everywhere. So now feels like a good time to plug our other broadcast happening right now. If it's not open on your screen, separately it should be Michigan taking on Wake Forest. Dramatic doubles point goes to the Deeks. So they've got a 1-love lead. I know Michigan's fighting tough in early first sets and singles. No Nino Ehrenschneider for the Wolverines today. We'll see how big of a problem that turns out to be. Von der Schulenberg's out of the chair. Kotzen not out of the chair quite yet. It's our final first set. Again, Harvard's got 3 already. Columbia with 2. funny, the backhand technique's not exactly the same, but to watch Henry van der Schulenburg flick his wrist, get outside the ball, get under the forehand the way that he does, even more than their looks, I'd go forehands first. That's the first sign that he and Virginia senior Jeffrey van der Schulenburg are brothers. It's a van der Schulenburg hold for 6. Oh, yeah, the technique, you're just like, oh, they had the same coach growing up. Anyways, that's for us nerds to enjoy. In the meantime, here's a pivotal breaker. Van der Schulenburg takes it. The Crimson can see the finish line. Aggression from Kotzen. Gotta give van der Schulenburg on the back foot. In particular, pace through his forehand wing. All right, I've been saving a fourth gear that I have of energy as a broadcaster for exactly this moment. There's something brewing right now here in Millstein. Fans on edges of every portion of the fence. Michael Zhang, I believe his first break point via deciding point of this match. If he takes this, the Millstein Tennis Center will go crazy. Who might have that dog in him? Oh my goodness. Lets out a roar as well. That's about the closest mimic I've seen to Cleve Harper, the Texas fifth year's body language as we have. Just there was an intensity, a little, almost swore they're not going to do that, but a little bit of that, a little bit of gumption, we'll say, from the freshman Williams. Back to the breaker on 2 as Cooper extends his lead, set in 3-1. 4-2 Kotzen on the turn. He takes this first set. And it would be a straight splitting of the first sets. The question is, can Columbia find a three-setter? Can they force a decider somewhere? Whether it's 1-6 or 3, it's got to happen. Should the Lions want to extend this? On the flip side, if you're Harvard, stay the course. The energy's been pristine. The execution, not flawless, but about as much as you can expect given this scenario. Yeah, that hit the line for sure. 4-3 Kotzen. 4-3 Kotzen in 2 instances. On serve in that second set on 3. I'm going to go check in on Hashimoto there. 6-1 first set for the Columbia Junior at 5. 6-1 3-all. Now in the second. No, that missed. No. Kotzen real generous. I mean, again, college tennis gets a horrible rep at times for no reason. Not for no reason. There can be some questionable calls, certainly not in this match. It's been extraordinarily clean. Mini breakdown. They call him Doc von Senior, Henry von der Schulenburg. First set's on his racket. Watch. Columbia's ready to explode. This Milstein Tennis Center is on the edge. Set point Kotzen. You see it in the Howard Endelman stride. That's why he's become the lean, mean cuisine that he's shaped into. Again, impressed by what Howie's offseason must have looked like. For now, we'll focus on his players. It's a set point on Kotzen's racket. Not dual match point. Set point. That was a slip of the finger. We're going to try that again. See that ball coming rolling over. There's the roar. Alex Kotzen imploring this crowd, don't give up on us yet. Yes, it's a Friday night in New York. The best action's not happening in Manhattan. It's happening here at the Milstein Tennis Center. 7-6 Kotzen. Clean split of sets. And what was the other impetus? That's right. It's an all Ivy League match. I got to up my grammar. I got to up my vocabulary. What is the impetus of that roar? It's because Hugo Hashimoto setting a break lead now as well. Again, none of this Columbia excitement matters if they can't find a third set. First set's on courts 2, 4, and 5, but they need to force a split somewhere. Cooper Williams has looked too good on serve. Voldemar Pope, deuce point chance at a double break on 6. We're going to hop to it real quick. Had to have it. Had to have it. To hold from Kotzen keeps us on pace. Again, if Columbia wants to extend this match to, we'll call it a third act. No, excuse me. We'll call it a fourth act. Doubles point is act 1. First sets of singles act 2. Second sets of singles act 3. The fourth act is when we get Shakespearean. Not there yet, but Columbia continues to, quote, the cranberries linger. This kid is so good. Cooper freaking Williams. There's a reason he was a top 10 newcomer. There's a reason people like Colette Lewis, the GOAT. When it comes to junior tennis analysis, we're so high on Cooper's game. You see it very clearly on display here. Zhang holds for 3-4. Cooper Williams, though, still up a set and a break. We go over to 5. Junior Hugo Hashimoto It's been one of those seasons for him thus far. Game point chances for Deloitte to at least ask the question. You're wondering what that roar was? It was Max Westphal who has gotten the break back. Polta gets the break back as well. What about three? Got to jump away from it immediately. Michael Zhang seems to be finding something. Michael Zhang breaks. Oh, I see it. Deuce point hold for Deloy to extend the match. We go over to 3 where Malovsky. More to come for the junior. Malovsky. Right now, Colombia's got the momentum. Hobson wins that set 7-6. Hashimoto gets the break on 5. Zhang breaks back on 1. Holta breaks back on 6. Harvard's in the lead, but it's Colombia with the mo. But that's a big moment. So Malovsky will serve for it on the other end. Hashimoto obviously doing it now. To tie it up. Hashimoto finishes the deal. 1-all overall. And Zhang with a ridiculous pass. Do you hear that in the background? They're knocking on the fences. This is getting fun. Time for me to find that extra gear. Let's go. Colombia has turned this into a match. Sloppy. I mean, again, what do I turn to? Match points the preference, and we got match points Colombia. to take a 2-1 lead, sure. Not words I expected to say out loud 45 minutes ago, but the Lions have no quit in them. Just wide. Nope. Chuck says you got to earn it, young pup. I suppose Westfall's a junior, so young pup might be a bit of an exaggeration. Still, he'll serve for it on the other end as Zhang fights off break points. His first lead in a set in this match. Again, back to Molovsky to see if he can close things out. Break points. Kotzen. I just want all of the drama. Give me all the 3 setters. Let's have 5 in this match. Why not? Match point Molovsky. You all heard the roar. Think this is a rivalry or what? Molovsky, a few words for the chair. Not in disappointment with the chair, but about the crowd who has been on edge. They are playing their role as the 7th man here today. Still Harvard back out in front, 2-1. We go to Westfall here quickly. Make it 2-all. Junior Max Westfall, 6-2, 6-4. 3 matches to go. We'll show them all. court one, only active court, excuse me, in terms of what we can show you on our screen right now. I'll get the other two matches here, but it's this simple. Harvard took first sets in 2 of our 3 remaining matches. Columbia's got to force a third on either 1 or 6. Sachin Polta, the sophomore, has been down pretty much from the start. Only recently got back on serve for 5-4 in the second. Same thing here with sophomore Michael Zhang. Got broken in each of his opening service games in sets 1 and 2. Lock in, folks. I'm going to say it for the first time. We're in the 15-50 range. We're either 15 good Harvard minutes or 50 minutes either direction from ending day 1 here at Columbia. Bold. Gut check. I'm going to use that word, gumption. From sophomore Michael Zhang, you can tell. Kind of just stuck his racket out on that volley, let it do the rest of the hard work. 5-all, 30-all. Come on now. Yeah, if Michael Zhang takes this set, we might have to call the fire marshal. It's going to get that serious here in Millstein. This place is ready to erupt. First set point fought off. I know it's 40-30, but come on, order of operations. Hold on. Okay. That makes more sense. I was going to say, something wasn't right on that scoreboard on 6. Now we know what it was. I had better see that point on SportsCenter. Are you kidding me, Cooper Williams? Flick of the wrist behind the back on the return. He breaks for 6-5 and will serve for the match. You cannot be serious. on John McEnroe's birthday of all days, Cooper. Come on. Simply sensational. Simply sensational. Out of this world. Cut the clip. Tag me in it. Oh my goodness. Said about 7 minutes ago, we were in 5:15 range. Zhang trying to force a breaker on one. Pape trying to break to serve for it on 6. So yeah, first time today, tangible feeling that you can see the finish line as a Harvard fan. I've got goosebumps. Who wants it more? Let's find out. 3 break points fought off the sophomore Palta holds. Dum-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum. The heartbeat races on for Lions fans. Nope. Yanked it wide. celebrate, young pup. That's a signature victory. Freshman Cooper Williams ain't going anywhere. This kid's the real deal. 6'3", 7'5". He knocks off sophomore Michael Zhang. Harvard is a point away, but that point feels far away if you're a Crimson fan. Still, plenty of drama to sort out. Alex Gruskin here. Harvard takes doubles, wins on courts 1 and 3. Go to a breaker. Wander Schulenberg holds for 4-3, so we'll go full screen on court 6. It's a battle of sophomores for Harvard. Valdemar Pape, not to be confused with Tom Riddle. Sophomore from Denmark, taking on Columbia sophomore Sachin Palta. This crowd is just unbelievable. They're loud, they're engaged. They understand how to cheer for their team. And you don't always see that in college tennis. It's a nerd thing to say, I know, but these fans know what they're doing. Take us back to the split as they're on court again on 2. A break for Doc Von Sr. Henry van der Schulenberg. A serve to force a third of his own. The trickery. Voldemort Pape. Called him Voldemort there. That's on me. Valdemar Pape. Mini break 3-2 lead. See if van der Schulenberg can close out the set, otherwise we'd be full screen. Suppose it only matters on 2 again if he can. If 6 gets extended, excuse me. Crimson can taste it. Yeah, that pattern's much better. As van der Schulenberg does take the set 6-3, we go full screen to court 6. Battle of the sophomores. Harvard's Pape, 5-3 lead. One more serve to come here for Palta. Remember, 1st to 7, win by 2. And the rush is on. Sophomore Vladimir Pape sends Harvard to the ITA National Indoor Quarterfinals, 6-3, 7-6. A 4-2 win secured for the Crimson. How's that for a nightcap? To day number 1 here at these National Indoor Championships. Harvard through to the quarterfinals, where a date with top-seeded Ohio State awaits. Oh my goodness, that is fun. What a day of tennis here at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. To recap everything we saw, started with a dramatic victory for the Virginia Cavaliers, the Who's 4-1 winners over Duke earlier today. Then, of course, you had Tennessee. They looked the part. 4-0 winners over USC. Alabama gave Ohio State everything they could handle. They took doubles. They got the number 1 singles spot, but the depth of the Buckeyes too much. Wins at 3 through 6 in straight sets. So now the Buckeyes advance to the quarters, where a date with Harvard awaits. See if we can't grab an interview here in the next few minutes with one of our winning players. Of course, right now over in Flushing, 2-1 overall. Wake Forest leads. They're in the 5 seconds or 50 minutes category. Luca Pau closes it out. 4-3 win over Steiglener, an overhead winner that was awfully impressive to make it 3-1 Wake. DK Suresh, match point for the dual match. I'll call it here radio style. Suresh serving 10-9, third set breaker, and it's a service winner. 6-2, 7-6. Wake Forest takes it. Will Cooksey not going to be able to finish his match. He'll be awfully disappointed. He was up 6-3, 5-3, 40-30. But Torn Hanchakaiko, the 1 win for the Wolverines. But so simultaneous finishes, that means that'll do it officially for day 1. Our round of 16 completed. Quarterfinal set. Your matchups will be as follows. There'll be a 2-2 split between the sites. Sorry, I'm going through my head what the matchups are going to be. I apologize. Here we go. The matchups are as follows. Ohio State versus Harvard. Ohio State versus Harvard, top left. Bottom left, Tennessee, Virginia. Top right, Arizona versus Wake Forest. Bottom right of our screen, second seeded TCU going to take on Texas A&M. So those are our matchups. What a day. Come on now, it's 1 of 4. We still have more time to go. I see a graphic updated over on the other stream. I don't know if Westoff gave us that same graphic. I guess we can check. All right, we have some of the graphic complete. There you go. You see our final graphic would be Harvard advancing over Columbia. Again, Arizona, 4-2 winners over Texas. Wake Forest, 4-1 winners over Michigan. We will have coverage of every part of day number 1 available for all of you on our Great Shot podcast feed. That pod will be out either late tonight or first thing in the morning. Chris Halioris, of course, will be joining me on that show. Again, I see Josh right now approaching Valdemar Pape, excuse me. I keep wanting to call him Voldemort. Valdemar Pape. And joining us now on our stream to help us wrap up day number one, a man you just saw clinch a 4-2 victory for his Harvard Crimson. It's sophomore Valdemar Pape joining us now. First of all, my friend, congratulations to you on the victory. Talk me through that second set, that breaker in particular, vociferous crowd going against you. How'd you manage to pull it off?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I mean, yeah, I've been kind of just trying to go for my game the whole match, trying to find my game, finding my serves, my offensive game, and yeah, I think in a tiebreak, I just really put it together well and just went for it, and I think it paid off. Trying to shut down the crowd out a little bit. We've been working on that, but it's college tennis, and now I'm a sophomore, so I'm used to that. So that's just fun.
No, it was so impressive. And you talk about that willingness to go for it and that willingness to play aggressive. Was that the play call from coach down the home stretch? What exactly were you able to execute ultimately in that breaker to separate yourself?
Well, yeah, I think I put a lot of first serves in. That's really key for my game. I was able to do that, and just I think it's just a mindset. We've been working on it. It's you can play well when it's 1-1, 2-1, in the beginning of the set, but it really matters in the end. And I think just been working that, and then I think that paid off today. So that was really, really great.
I'm curious, mentally, how helpful is it to see your teammate Henry van der Schulenburg on court 2 staying alive and taking that second set? Does that register as you're playing, or are you so locked in you don't even see it?
No, yeah, definitely that's crucial for me. Just not having to feel like it's all on you, but knowing that, and I know Henry, he's staying out there forever. He's not going away. So I think that's just super important. And college tennis, every point matters. All of a sudden you turn momentum, and so important to stay out there, and definitely helped me close out today.
Yeah, so impressive. And now, obviously, the question becomes, you guys have the Ohio State Buckeyes, the top seeds, coming up next in the quarterfinals. What do the next, we'll say, 16 so hours look like for you as you and the guys prepare for what is obviously a massive opportunity for Harvard men's tennis?
Yeah, I think we just talked about, it's about stretching down, going through our routines. We can be happy about this victory for the next, couple hours, but then, it's back to work, and Ohio State is a good team, but we're a really good team too. So we're just happy to be able to compete at this level, and I think we're just getting ready for tomorrow. Getting some good food and some rest, and then we're ready.
Yeah, well, the best part about this indoors being in New York City, you don't have to worry about finding good food on a Friday night. That part's going to be easy. Now, rest up, recover, my friend. It was such a joy to watch you play. Congratulations to you and the team, and obviously, good luck to you guys as you move forward.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Apologies there. You might have seen me say thank you to him. Now you get to see the graphic. I meant to switch it beforehand. We're still working on that part in what was obviously a very long day of tennis, but we'll get the updated graphic for you all tomorrow. In the meantime, I can do the updating manually. Our quarterfinals are as follows. 9 a.m. here at Columbia. Tennessee going to take on Virginia. I'm assuming, and Anthony Montero's in the background. If you hear me make a mistake, Anthony, correct me wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm assuming the noon quarterfinal between TCU and Texas A&M is now at Flushing. I believe it's at Flushing, right? Oh, the hands are up. Anthony said, don't give me that middle finger. Come on now. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, Anthony Montero, the man, the myth, the legend, trying to figure all these things out logistically as we go. So again, it is going to be TCU A&M, I believe, in Flushing, but I'm not going to make any assumptions because spell that out. You know what that makes out of you and me. So we'll get the official spin, I suppose, here in a moment. But again, that's going to be the noon match. Here we go. Super producer Daniel Westhoff actually switching out our draws as we speak. He's the man. Shout out to him. We love you, Westhoff. Producing 2 broadcasts simultaneously, although I think they ended the mic cast already. Again, you see here, it'll be 9 a.m., 4th-seeded Virginia versus 5th-seeded Tennessee. Noon on our broadcast, and it's going to be one feed for the quarterfinals. TCU versus A&M. That match is at USTA. Thank you very much, Cody Johnson, here in the background, the man, the myth, the legend, actually the head honcho when it comes to running this event with all the answers. So that's a noon match at Flushing. 3:30, Ohio State versus Harvard back here at Columbia, and then the nightcap. Just what everyone expected, right? Arizona versus Wake Forest. What a day. What a day of tennis. And again, the best part for me, I get to recap it all now with my partner in crime, Chris Hallior. So be on the lookout for that podcast to drop tomorrow on the Great Shot podcast feed tomorrow night or late tonight as well. That said, come on now. Does it get better than that? Couldn't have asked for more to kick off the 2024 Division I Men's ITA Team National Indoor Championships. Again, we will resume our broadcast 9 a.m. tomorrow with our first quarterfinal match. A thank you, as always, the entire ITA staff, everyone here at Columbia. You may see it in my jawline. I promise this neck was a little thinner to start the day. They kept me well fed, well hydrated, well energized to provide the sort of broadcast all of you college tennis fans deserve. So sincerely, a thank you to everyone here at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. I thank you, of course, to the ITA team, Cody, Zach, Josh, Liz, Tim, Corey. I could name everyone who's employed by the ITA. They all contribute to our efforts here at Cracked Racquets. Then, of course, to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, on the ones and twos, Mike Cation, who steered the ship on our other broadcast. A thank you to him again. Our coverage picks up tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time with Virginia, Tennessee. That said, we're all going to go take an 11-hour, 13-minute break for now, and then we will be back with more action for all of you tomorrow for our fantastic super producer, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at Columbia. I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2024 ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships. We will see you all tomorrow for quarterfinal Saturday. Thanks, everyone.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Have fun with this.
Okay, ready?
Yep, ready.
Welcome to
the Welcome to the Red Apple. Welcome to New York City.
I think you said, what up to the first team players?
Welcome to the city that never sleeps.
Welcome to the
Philip.
Philip?
Yes.
And Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
What is Pikachu doing in the Philippines?
I did, there's no way. And
Cheryl Milstein.
Michelin.
No.
Mexican.
Milstein.
Bill She.
Bill. No, very close.
Try.
Milstein.
Bill Chi.
No.
Welcome.
Wallop.
Welcome.
Yes. To
the
yeah.
Philip Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Philip and Cheryl.
Yeah. Welcome to Philip Milstein Tennis Center.
Come on.
How did you get that?
Because we were talking about the tennis center earlier,
It was welcome to the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
So Philippines wasn't bad.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome in everyone to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. We are joined now by the head coach of the Harvard men's tennis team. It's my dear friend, Coach Andrew Rube. Coach, first of all, congratulations to you and the guys on reaching this weekend. What does it mean to your group to be back here?
Well, to be back here, it's the first time in a while, so it means a lot. I think it shows that the kind of work we're putting in is coming to fruition. You know, obviously it helps we were able to host this year and have a good seed. And that you know, so the success last year, we're trying to build on that and keep the program moving forward. So it's obviously a good sign when you're here with the best 16 teams in the country, and yeah, we're fired up and ready to go.
Now, obviously, you being a host site, you knew you were going to host the kickoff weekend, thus be favored to advance here. But I'm not sure if you scheduled knowing that as well. And what I mean by that is looking at what you guys have done through the first 6 weeks, you have challenged your team as much as can be challenged. Was that intentional? And I'm curious what you've learned from them through the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think one, we realize now how important it is to play your high-level non